Okay, it is 6:30, and I'm going to call our meeting of the Fillmore City Council and Successor Agency to order. All right, can I ask Councilmember Brogy to lead us in the pledge? Oh. Okay, thank you. Can we please have a roll call?
Councilmember Brogy. Here. Mayor Pro Tem Mendez.
Here.
Mayor Villaseñor.
Here.
Councilmember Rodriguez.
Here.
Councilmember Garnica.
Here.
Okay, thank you. Can I have a motion for agenda approval?
So moved. Second.
Okay, I have a first and a second. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? No. Okay, we have an approved agenda. Okay, next on the agenda is our presentations. And our first presentation this year is the end of the year housing market update presented by the Ventura County Coastal Association of Realtors.
Good evening, friends. My name is Cindy Diaz-Telly. I am a resident of Fillmore, and I am also a full-time realtor working in our community. And as a past president, it is my very big honor to present to you our current 2025 Ventura County Coastal President, Ms. Rebecca Elliott.
Good evening, Mayor and council persons. Thank you for having us this evening. I'm very pleased to present our report on behalf of Ventura County Coastal Association of Realtors. We represent the dedicated network of professionals who strive to enhance our local communities by providing market experience, advocating for fair housing, and helping families achieve the dream of home ownership. We last saw you all in August, and we are excited to be here again this evening with a new outreach project from our association. To better inform our community and decision makers, such as yourselves, we have put together a market update report program to be presented on a quarterly basis at each of the 7 cities in the West Ventura County. We hope by sharing this information, we can provide meaningful insights into the current housing market and the policies that shape it. Our report features an in-depth analysis of the California housing crisis, Fillmore-specific demographic data, and current state and local housing statistics. These reports are evolutionary and will change over time to build a more effective product, and we welcome your feedback on this report. We also have provided each of you with a copy of the most recent edition of On Common Ground magazine, and in this semi-annual magazine, published by the National Association of Realtors, we present a wide range of views on smart growth issues with the goal of encouraging dialogue among realtors, elected officials, and other interested citizens. We're happy to provide copies of the report to anyone who's interested, and we encourage the city to make these reports available to the general public through your website. Let's start with an overview of the housing market in Fillmore as detailed in the end-of-year economic and housing market report. In Fillmore, the median price home has seen a year-over-year increase of about 7.5%, from $700,000 to $750,000. This growth reflects a combination of demand for housing and very limited inventory. The number of homes sold in 2024 remained flat at 78. Slow sales can be attributed to rising interest rates and affordability challenges, which continue to impact buyers across all incomes. Fillmore's housing inventory remains tight. Fewer homes are listed for sale compared to the prior years. A healthy market typically requires 6 months of supply. We've seen inventory levels of around half that, going from 2.9 months in 2024 to an anticipated 3.8 in 2025. This limited supply has made it difficult for first-time home buyers to compete, further exacerbating affordability challenges. Ventura County as a whole has faced significant affordability pressures low housing inventory, and stubborn wages have created a market where only a small percentage of households in the county can afford a median-priced home, understanding the urgency of addressing housing shortages. Rental costs in Fillmore and nearby areas have also increased steadily, putting additional pressure on working families who are trying to save to purchase homes. While these challenges are significant, Fillmore has unique opportunities to address strategic zoning incentives for affordable housing development, and public-private partnerships can all play a role in expanding housing opportunities for residents at all income levels. Fillmore is not immune to California's housing crisis. The demand for affordable housing and home ownership opportunities continues to outpace supply, and local families are increasingly burdened by rising housing costs. Solving these challenges requires what we call an all-of-the-above approach, bringing together stakeholders, local leaders, and organizations like Ventura County Coastal Association of Realtors to implement strategies that provide housing for all residents. BCCAR is uniquely positioned to contribute to this effort with access to leading research from the National and California Association of Realtors, along with perspectives from our members who have decades of experience in Ventura County market. We offer a deep understanding of the complexities at play. Collaboration is key here. By working together, we can implement policies that encourage new housing, streamline regulatory approvals, and support affordable options. For example, our review of Fillmore's housing element update notes opportunities to improve zoning flexibility and incentives for workforce housing development, which is essential for retaining the city's character while addressing these housing needs. Homeownership plays a foundational role in the community's health and vibrancy. Communities with higher rates of home ownership tend to enjoy high property values, more services and amenities for residents, and lower crime rates, especially in expensive areas like Ventura County, where rising costs leave many families struggling to save for the future. Unfortunately, as wages fail to keep pace with the cost of living, achieving home ownership is increasingly out of reach for too many families. That's why it's critical for us to work together to make housing more accessible and affordable. A thriving Fillmore requires homes for all residents, those raising families, those retiring in place, and everyone in between. At VCCAR, we don't just sell homes. We invest in the communities where we live and where we work. Our organization is deeply committed to protecting and educating our consumers while fostering a safe, transparent housing market. The Real Estate Fraud Advisory Team, also known as REFAT, is a collaborative effort between real estate professionals and the Ventura County District Attorney's Office. We are proud to have been instrumental in its formation and remain a committed partner. And for nearly 20 years, we have worked to protect consumers by educating the public and investigating cases of criminal real estate fraud. These crimes often target seniors and vulnerable populations, including non-English speaking residents, and can result in devastating financial losses. The Ventura County District Attorney's Real Estate Fraud Unit continues to prosecute these cases, safeguarding the integrity of our local housing market, and VCCAR remains the steadfast support of VFAT's mission to ensure a safe and secure housing environment for everyone. Beyond fraud prevention, realtors play a vital role in strengthening communities. Over 75% of the National Association of Realtor members volunteer their time and resources to community services, and we've supported a variety of initiatives, including delivering over $500,000 in relief to victims of the Thomas Fire and $125,000 for victims of the Mountain Fire, distributing meals with Ventura County Food Share, tending the garden at the Veterans Home in Ventura, and coordinating the Loads of Love project, which helps economically challenged residents clean their clothes. These efforts reflect our commitment to improving the quality of life for all residents in Ventura County, and our dedication to Fillmore and surrounding communities is unwavering. We are proud to collaborate with local leaders and improve the quality of life for everyone. As we reflect on the challenges of this past year, we remain hopeful, and by addressing Fillmore's housing needs with creativity and collaboration, we can find solutions that preserve the city's character while providing opportunities for future generations. VCCAR is committed to being part of the solution, and by bringing together stakeholders and developing innovative and pragmatic strategies, we believe we can make meaningful progress toward housing affordability and accessibility. Thank you for your time this evening. We look forward to your feedback on how we can continue to enhance these reports and contribute to Fillmore's success. Together, we will build a stronger, more resilient community for everyone. Thank you again.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Excellent presentation. Okay, our next presentation is Southern California Edison's information on public safety power shutoffs. So I welcome up our local representative to Edison, Natalie Yanes.
Thank you. Okay, wonderful. Thank you. Good evening, Honorable Mayor, council members, as well as City Manager Herrera and the community. I am Natalie Yanes. I'm your local government relations manager with Southern California Edison. With the recent windstorms and public safety power shutoffs, PSPS commonly known as, events, I want to thank you for inviting me here tonight. I know that there have been significant impacts on the community of Fillmore, as well as the surrounding areas in Ventura County and beyond. I want to first by acknowledging the hardship that outages do create, including our public safety power shutoffs. We recognize that and we take that very seriously. We are aware and are addressing the concerns that were brought to us both by the city, by residents, and again by all of our Edison customers throughout our service territory. These include concerns regarding our notification process, the duration and frequency of our shutoffs, as well as the safety and health concerns that they do present. I also know you've all had the opportunity to join our executives the last couple of weeks with our PSPS and fire recovery phone calls, so I thank you for attending those. If you attended one or multiple, again, I do appreciate those. I hope they were beneficial for you. And again, tonight I will cover more of our public safety power shutoffs and our wildfire mitigation efforts. All right. Just a little bit about Southern California Edison, our service territory, and high fire risk areas. Edison covers approximately 50,000 square miles as our service territory. That includes 5 million customer accounts and about 15 million customers themselves, or 1.5 million, sorry. Yes, 5 million customer accounts and 15 million customers themselves. Our lines traverse quite a long distance. As you can see, we have 51 miles of overhead distribution and transmission lines, and about 14,000 miles of those are in high-risk fire areas. You can see there the counties that are represented in our service area, as well as the Tier 2 and Tier 3 fire threat areas. Let's see, there we go. About 27% of our service territory is in high fire risk area, including here in Ventura County, which you can see represented on this slide. We do have a wildfire mitigation plan. Our current wildfire mitigation plan is a 2023 through 2025 plan with the most updated revision in April of last year. The primary objective of our public safety power shutoffs is truly the safety of our public and our communities. The efforts within our wildfire mitigation plan include our grid hardening efforts, which I'll talk about a little bit today, as well as our customer service resources that are available to the communities. There are multiple ways that we combat our wildfire mitigation efforts, or we enhance our wildfire mitigation efforts. Those include our hardening of the grid, which is our covered conductor, our targeted undergrounding, which I'll cover in more detail, our enhanced operational practices, which include vegetation management. It's one area that we don't talk a lot about, but we have dedicated teams throughout our service territory and here in Ventura County, that their full effort is towards vegetation management. In addition to inspections, you can see there in that little image, it looks like we're using a drone there, and we do use drones in our observations and our patrols of our infrastructure. And then we use bolstering situational awareness capabilities. That includes our weather stations, and I know you can see them along the 126 that are on our poles. There are also our high-definition wildfire cameras that our fire agencies also utilize. So these tools allow us to, the goal is to prevent, combat, and respond to our wildfire mitigation efforts. If I were to take all of the efforts we do and put them in an image, it would look like this. Let me just scroll down a little bit more so you can see that bottom one. So again, all of the components of our wildfire mitigation effort and plan is here in this graphic. Everything from our vegetation management, covered conductor, equipment inspections, our community resource centers, which I'll talk about momentarily. It's all kind of, if I were, again, put it into an image, it would look like this. And if you will forgive me for just 1 second, I'm going to step back and grab my water. My compassion support water bottle, right? We all have one of those. So when it comes to reducing wildfire risk and PSPS impact by numbers, here's a graphic that shows you that information. And it is a little bit outdated. I know we've completed over 6,000 miles of covered conductor. Also, I just want to mention, when I say mile, that is a circuit mile, so it is different than the miles that we may think of. 2 million plus trim and removals of vegetation, 1 million high fire risk areas, what HFRA stands for, inspections. I talked about our weather stations. We have over 1,700 weather stations throughout our service territory and those high definition cameras. Mentioned the community resource centers. We have over 60 locations, including right here in Fillmore, and we thank you for your partnership on that. We call you often to set up those community resource centers, so we appreciate your partnership in that. When we're unable to find an indoor location center, thank you, we use our community crew vehicles, and so those are positioned outside. Again, usually we are talking about a wind event, so we prefer to be inside, but in the instances where we don't have an opportunity to find an indoor location, we use our community crew vehicles and position them throughout our communities. I'll talk about our medical baseline program, but also we've deployed over 14,000 critical care backup batteries to our medical baseline customers. And those are portable batteries provided to our customers in high fire risk areas. Throughout the years, as you can see here, through our efforts, and I want to give Mother Nature some credit here as well, we have seen a reduction in wildfire ignitions, reportable ignitions, in our high fire risk areas. So we know that the work that we are doing does work. When it comes to the grid hardening, I mentioned covered conductor. We also have our fire-resistant poles, which I'm sure you have seen throughout the community in Ventura County and beyond. We have protection devices that we upgrade and affix to our poles. We have our targeted undergrounding, which I'll cover in more depth, and then we have our rapid earth fault current limiters. All of these tools are used to harden our grid and reduce the chances of a significant wildfire. Covered conductor, so many of us have grown up with the bare lines. I think, we don't really notice them much anymore, but our covered conductor is a little bit more visible to the eye. It's a coated or insulated wire, and it's kind of shiny in the light sometimes. There's plenty of it throughout Fillmore, plenty of it throughout the surrounding communities. And again, over 6,000 miles of covered conductor has been installed in primarily in our high fire risk areas, but also throughout our communities. Studies have shown that the covered conductor is estimated to be 70% more effective in reducing the chance of a significant wildfire. Targeted undergrounding, this is when we work to underground our lines. I know it is a very common request from communities. I'll get to you in just a second. It is a very common request from our communities and from residents. I think it's in the next slide, and I'll talk about the cost difference between covered conductor and targeted undergrounding. Not only is there a significant cost difference, but there also is a deployment difference in the time that we're able to deploy covered conductor versus targeted undergrounding. Targeted undergrounding is limited depending on terrain. There are some significant factors that make it less feasible to move forward with targeted undergrounding, but it is definitely an option, and we are looking at it more and more. And I think you'll see and hear about it more and more. Yes, Councilmember Rodriguez. Oh, well, I'm one over. Yes, sorry.
No problem.
My two new council members. I'm sorry.
No problem. If you could go back one slide.
Sure.
I noticed you mentioned the number of miles of hardening that you've done, 5,600 miles. Can you give us an idea of how long S&E has a plan, or what is the plan for hardening the remainder of those that are not hardened, that are in high-risk areas?
So going forward, this standard will be covered conductor. So we have targeted the last 5 or 6 years our high fire risk areas, but going forward, covered conductor is the standard. So you won't see us implementing bare wire going forward.
Okay, but my question was more like, in the high-risk areas, you have a given number, like, okay, so you've done 5,600 miles. I'm just going to pull a number out of thin air. Let's say you've got 50,000 miles of high-risk conductor that is not, the protected wire. So, how long would it take to get the rest of that done? That was my question.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to take us some time. We have, again, still targeting our high fire risk areas. I wouldn't say we're complete in that effort and upgrading those circuits to either covered conductor or targeted underground. It's going to take some time. One of the main challenges, and I don't know if I've talked to this council about it, is the affordability factor, right? We would love to go gangbuster and upgrade all of our circuits to covered conductor and do targeted underground where we can, but it costs money, and ultimately that may increase rates. And so to keep rates affordable, we can't take as fast of an approach as we would like.
Could you get back to me on that at some point, just to give me an idea of how long?
Do you want city-specific circuits?
I guess in our area, I guess Ventura County, that'd be great.
I do have, it's a little bit stale dated data from, I think, October, but I can provide you what has been completed in Fillmore and what is in scope for targeted undergrounding or covered conductor for Fillmore.
Okay, great, thank you.
Yep. So here's the slide I was referencing earlier. You can see here, covered conductor is 75 to 80% less costly than targeted undergrounding. We're talking, maybe $1 million or so up of covered, to covered conductor 1 circuit mile versus upwards to $4.5 million to underground 1 circuit mile. In addition, the time to do so, we can do covered conductor, scope it out, plan it, design it, implement it in less than 2 years, give or take, and undergrounding would take closer to 4 years. So it's not only just more costly, but it is significant amount of time, additional time to underground our circuits. I mentioned these already, so I won't take much more time, but I will transition into our public safety power shutoffs. So our public safety power shutoffs, or PSPS, is a tool of last resort, and it truly is a tool regarding public safety. We do de-energize lines based upon real-time data, and I certainly recognize that I think most individuals recognize that there is a place for PSPS. If you were listening to the Board of Supervisors meeting today, that was voiced by both Patrick Maynard and by, I think it was Supervisor Long. But it is challenging when a shutoff is multiple days, and we certainly recognize that. And we, if you were on those executive calls, our executive team promised to do better. So I certainly want this council to know that we hear that, and we are working and looking at how we can improve the process. I want to go over the decision making, and I'm going to reference my notes because I certainly don't want to mess this one up.
Natalie, I have another question.
Sure.
Sorry to be the
No, that's
question hound
okay.
here. So one of the things I noticed, so earlier we were given a graphic, not by you, this was during the meetings, of the circuit that Fillmore's on, as well as I believe part of Piru. And so one of the things that I noticed is that the circuit is very, very large, in the sense that if there's danger to one part of the circuit, let's say way on the west side or way on the east side, because the circuit runs basically down the river valley, then the entire circuit gets shut off. Is there a way that you could break the circuit up so that it's more targeted, as opposed to being this giant circuit that, if we're seeing a lot of wind in one area of Piru, suddenly half of Fillmore shut off as well? Is there any ideas on breaking up the circuits to make them more manageable?
So we do try to segment our circuits, and I can't specifically talk about the segments for the Buckhorn circuit, which you're referring to, which covers a good portion of Fillmore, goes into Piru and actually into LA County. I think I sent it to the entire council as it was a question posed during our, Mayor Pro Tem posed that question during one of our executive calls about the Buckhorn circuit. And many of our circuits traverse multiple miles. So we do our best to enhance that circuit with segmentation devices. Sometimes, sometimes in particular in a public safety power shutoff, we have to de-energize the entire circuit. And those calls are made at the incident management team, the IMT, and by the incident commander to de-energize a section or an entire circuit. We do our best, I would say in a typical outage situation, be it let's say it's an emergent outage, car hits pole. It takes down the line. And our team will work as quick as they can, and you might have a momentary outage, less than 5 minutes. You might experience a 30-minute outage while the team is switching in the back, on the back end, trying to get our customers up to segment and only de-energize that portion of the circuit that's been damaged. That's the best case scenario. And our public safety power shutoffs, it is quite different. It is about, the safety of our customers, safety of our communities, and it is the incident commander who may decide to de-energize an entire circuit. And that's what the Buckhorn has seen quite a bit lately. I think it impacts this building as well. And so, again, they do their best to sectionalize and bring up customers. In fact, when they do re-energize the circuit, they do it section by section. And so they start patrolling the lines, and then once the line has been cleared and is safe to re-energize, they'll start re-energizing section by section. It is something we continue to look at, adding additional sectional devices. So it is possible in a PSPS event. It may not be as possible as if it was an emergent outage. Is that...
Sorry, Natalie, too, since we're talking about segments and I just want to follow up on that. Do you foresee, or can Edison foresee a segmentation happening here on the Buckhorn circuit, now in the future? Because I think, as we said, I saw the map of the Buckhorn circuit, understood the whole circuit, And so when I heard that this side of Fillmore, East Fillmore was out, El Dorado was out, Olive Piru was out, I said, okay, that's the Buckhorn Circuit. But I think a few days later, power came back on, and a few days later, I heard from El Dorado that they were still out, but East Fillmore, this area, was back on. I said, oh, wait a minute. How do we, just again, a very specific question. How can we get a segment for El Dorado? And I know you may have heard from them, but they've been out so much.
Yeah, and I'm well aware that concern from the El Dorado community goes back many years. Off the top of my head, I want to say that there is at least 6 sections on the Buckhorn Circuit, which is why this portion of Fillmore may be energized and the El Dorado community may be de-energized at the time. So again, there's our grid enhancement team is always looking at ways to improve circuit reliability, be able to minimize the number of customers impacted by any outage or public safety power shutoff. It is something we continuously look at, so we're well aware, and I know the El Dorado community it predates me, their concerns about their de-energization. I do apologize. I clearly didn't grab all of my handouts from my car when I walked out of it. So, but I will make sure to follow up. These documents that I handed out were also part of the follow-up from the executive SCE call. So those links were already in the emails that I sent or as attachments.
We'll make copies.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. So the PSPS decision-making process. So we, in reality, fire season has become year-round and PSPS season has become year-round. This year, for me, it started in Santa Barbara in summer. They started experiencing their first public safety power shutoff events during, I want to say it was June or July. And so it has become more of a year-round occurrence as fire season has become year-round. So when it comes to a PSPS event, we have a dedicated team for PSPS events, as well as meteorologists on staff monitoring the weather daily. When we can see that a wind event is approaching, they start the pre-event planning. So you can kind of see this here. We're using tools such as the Fire Potential Index to make these considerations of, are we looking at a potential public safety power shutoff? As the event moves closer, 72 hours out, our team starts to prepare. This is when we'll activate our incident management team, our IMT, and through there, we have our chain of command. The folks start working with our meteorologists and fire science team to review the modeling that we are seeing. Those models are ran twice a day, looking at the weather coming in. Again, we're still a few days out. As we move closer, in that 24 to 48 hour period is when we start notifying customers that they may experience a potential PSPS event. And as we move into the event, those notifications become more frequent. If those customers are going to be impacted, our team starts to use our real-time weather data, using those weather stations, using the soil sampling that we have. We have field inspectors out there monitoring the conditions in real time, and those start to play into our decision-making process. If a circuit reaches a threshold, and there is threshold for both bare wire and covered conductor wire. Covered conductor doesn't eliminate public safety power shutoffs, it just increases the threshold of the wind speeds to de-energize those circuits. And so as we move into the event, the period of concern, we start to, again, send notifications to customers, and we start to analyze that data within 10-minute cycles as that information is coming in. There are certainly times, and I experienced this 2 weeks ago, where I was, I'm an SCE customer as well. I was not in scope. I never received an email or a text message until 10 seconds before my power went out. And that happens, right? The wind shift, Things change. This is a dynamic situation. We do our best to notify customers, and my next slide is about notifications. We do our best to notify customers in advance, but even I got literally, I was reading the text message, and as I finished reading it, the power went out in my house. And so those circumstances do happen. We can't control Mother Nature. We try to predict her as best as we can, but sometimes the winds significantly shift, and we have to de-energize those circuits as well. So here's the notification process. This is something we are constantly reviewing, and it's something that we are, we are mandated to prevent wildfires here in California. And so the California Public Utilities Commission certainly monitors our public safety power shutoffs. We do a post-action report and submit that every PSPS event with the CPUC, and that is available to the public. And that is because the PUC wants to make sure that we are adhering to the mandates that we are required to abide by, and also just doing our job and doing it right by our customers. In addition to the notifications, which I will say, and you all heard it on those calls, we're not perfect this go-around or the last couple of go-arounds, especially with the most significant public safety power shutoff event we had about 2 weeks ago. We also have our SCE outage map, and during that significant windstorm, as you know, our outage map was not being updated accurately or as accurately on a timely basis as we wanted, so we created a microsite where folks could go and utilize and input their address and get a little bit better information. And we will stand those up as we need, but the outage map truly is our day-to-day tool that we reference for all outages, including public safety power shutoffs. And so that is what I'd highly recommend as you speak with your constituents, that you refer them back to the SCE outage map. In addition to the outage maps, folks can use the SCE mobile app, and on there they can go and look up outages as well. You look up outages either on the website or on the app via address, outage number if you have an outage number, this would be for a planned outage, or meter number if you happen to know your meter number. Most people don't, so most people are using their address. I will say, when it comes to looking at the website or the mobile app, I'm going to just go back to this screen. The current outages, those are your planned outages, or those are our emergent outages. And I want to just take a moment here because it is somewhat confusing. I've heard a lot of this feedback from customers over the last couple of weeks. Upcoming schedule outages will be there as well. If it's a public safety power shutoff, a PSPS, it's going to be this third box down here. So I had a number of customers, not necessarily here in Fillmore, but would contact me, reach out to me, or the elected would reach out to me saying, there's confusion on your map, it's not showing the outage. It's not going to show it here under current outages for a PSPS, it's going to be down here for a PSPS. And then these little arrows will pop up, and you can look at it on the map there. Just a few more slides before I wrap up, and I'll take any additional questions. In addition to our customer resource centers and our community crew vehicles, we do have resources for our access and functional needs communities, and also our individuals through Medical Baseline Program and the Critical Care Backup Battery Program. The great thing about the Medical Baseline Program is it does alert us about customers who may be dependent on electric devices, and it also, through the Public Safety Portal, which is the tool used by our jurisdictions, allows the jurisdiction to know who's also signed up under our medical baseline program, and certainly for our first responders being fire and law enforcement as well. In addition, we partner with 211, so 211 is always a resource. And mentioned the Critical Care Backup Battery Program just a little bit, but for those customers who are on the Medical Baseline Program and in a high fire risk area, they can apply for a Critical Care Backup Battery, which is a portable, self-sufficient backup battery that they can use. Before I hop into, I think, a couple more resources, I just wanted to talk about this slide. Why does my neighbor have power and I don't? As you all saw, our circuits are very complex. They traverse quite a large terrain at times, and there are definitely situations where you are on the Buckhorn circuit and your neighbor is on a different circuit. And so you might be facing a neighbor and their power is on because their circuit heads a different direction and isn't necessarily in a high fire risk area or isn't seeing those wind thresholds that we're seeing on the Buckhorn circuit. And so their power is still energized. And so that is, this image kind of shows a little bit of information on why your neighbor's power may be on while yours is off. We do partner with our local law enforcement agencies. In fact, between Ventura County Fire, I think it's Orange Fire, and LA Fire, we have our quick reaction force helitanker. It can fly at night. This is something that Edison and these fire agencies have partnered on for the last 5 years, and it is a tool, and it is usually positioned before a wind event takes place locally. Here's just just 2 quick slides on resources. This resource is all about our wildfire efforts. Be prepared. There are great outage tips online. Folks can sign up for alerts if they're not getting alerts via text, email, or phone call. We do have our community meetings as well. These usually take place in the summer, and they're held virtually. And then this is just my last slide. A number of resources can be found on our website. And with that, I'll open up to any additional questions there might be.
Okay, thank you very much, Natalie. We appreciate you coming, and I know we probably do have some questions, so I'll start first.
I have a question.
Okay.
Yeah.
So first off, thank you for the presentation. Joe knows we all love nice visuals and little graphics on there. Also, thank you guys for the conference calls. It was good to see answers on the fly as we asked them, and you guys are getting back to us pretty quickly. So my question is, as we see people from El Dorado, people in Piru, we see their power going off frequently for multiple days. Is this just a part of life now? I'm trying to think, because we're looking at things that can prevent fires, which is great, and I appreciate those efforts. We're learning about different ways to harden the power lines and the underground systems as well. And I understand it's not possible for all the areas to have underground, but this is something that I was asked, is this just a part of life now that multiple times for extended periods of time, this is just part of life and we just got to be as comfortable as possible during these events?
The short answer is public safety power shutoffs are not going away. It is a tool that we utilize. It is a tool approved by the California Public Utilities Commission across all the investment-owned utilities in the state. What is challenging is Mother Nature, right? We've had prior to this year, we had 2 great years of significant rain. It allowed the soils to, soak up a lot of moisture. The components we look at are wind speed, humidity, and soil moisture. And so as that vegetation dries out, it becomes certainly a fire risk. I would say that, and as I shared earlier, there is opportunity for us to do better, and we are committed to doing better. We've heard, again, this year it's been not just the frequency of outages, but the duration of outages, right? And how can we get our customers re-energized quicker is something we are certainly looking at. It does take additional resources, additional time, but we are certainly investigating, how can we do better going forward? Again, with the wind events we have seen, significant, historic winds we have seen in the last couple of months. I don't think Mother Nature is going to slow down there, but there are certainly things that we can do on our end to ease the burden, and we are looking into those.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Other council members? Yes, Councilmember Rogan.
Yeah. Natalie, thank you so much. I don't really have a question, just a comment. I did participate in the online, and kudos to the SCE staff for kind of the abuse that you took from the people that were participating. But I think overall, what you shared tonight is really illuminating for me, where I see where the movement forward and what the goals are. And you certainly don't have the weather on your side. So
Not this
with
year.
that understanding, and I just hope that the rest of the community can understand that. And as long as we see movement forward, I think the community will be happy with that. But I appreciate all your efforts. Thank you.
Yeah, and thank you. Again, I want to thank each of you who attended one or multiple of those executive briefings. Those truly were an opportunity. I mean, you saw our CEO, Steve Powell, on the first call, and then my VP, Caroline Choi, on the remaining calls as part of our executive team, giving you the time to ask those questions, those hard questions, and there were multiple hard questions. Again, I will follow up, but you should also have that FAQ that was provided as a wrap-up to the questions that were asked. If there are additional questions that are lingering, please let me know. I want to certainly just reiterate the partner, public safety partner portal that's available to the city. That will provide, I know Mayor Pro Temp, you were asking me a couple questions the other weekend. That will provide the circuits that are in scope, the customers that are in scope, kind of the significance, and it's updated in real time as it's updated in our system to show the changes that the city may be experiencing as well. So if we need to get folks registered into that program, let me know. I can send out that link one more time. It's really great for the staff, for local fire and other folks, local law enforcement, to be able to have access to that information as well.
Okay, thank you. Any more questions? I do have a couple, Natalie.
Yeah.
Thank you. And it's around the critical care battery backup program. We spoke about it, I believe, did I hear it on the call, or I'm not sure where I heard it, but that this program at this point in time is not open, that it was last open last September?
It's funded, it's based on available funding. And so we're just waiting for our new cycle of funding to become available.
Okay, yeah, and just again, just to make a comment on it, I'm sure you may have heard this, but I think it's important to hear that it's a real ripple effect on the power shutoffs for those that depend on it, who may not have that backup or have that generator. And just, for example, my father went 3 days without, having his oxygen or his CPAP machine that a lot of people sleep with. Mm-hmm. He wound up falling, took him to the ER, low oxygen levels. He wound up spending the night in the hospital, and he's still trying to recover. So, so that's just an example. And I understand that, sort of waiting for the funding, but, any kind of advocacy that we can do either as a governing body, regionally, and if that needs to be done with, to Edison or even to the CPUC to have this as not even maybe a grant funded program, but this is just something that Edison does. Like, this is a program that's just, if you qualify, that, this will be available to you. So that's, my suggestion and something that I'm going to continue to advocate for.
Thank you.
And then,
I'm sorry to hear about your father.
No, thank you. Yeah, and again, I'm just providing it because I think I'm one story out of thousands, really, right? That's happened, and and my, that is, a ripple in the, like I said, a tiny little drop in the bucket to what our folks in the Palisades and Eaton Fire are, have gone through, and others. So. But I just wanted to share that about the critical nature of the critical power backup. And I just wanted to point out too one more thing, that this program, when I looked at that you have to be medical baseline, you've got to, you get it free if you're part of the CARES program or the FARA program, which is for our low-income individuals and families, and then also if you're in a high fire risk area. So something I wanted to point out, and I don't know if we can put it up on the screen, and this is a paper that I passed out, some map to my fellow council members. Like, Areli, thank you for pulling that up. Just wanted to point this out to you. When I went on to find out about the program, and I clicked on, high fire risk area, it really shows this kind of strange carve out of the Santa Clara Valley. And really, I know it's a little difficult to see, but where it ends there at the very sort of the tip of the loop, that's right in the middle of town. And I think even a part of it is El Dorado's not included. So most of Fillmore isn't, half of Santa Paula maybe. So it's very strange. And, I think this is a map from the California Public Utilities Commission. But as I look at other communities, I thought, okay, what could it be? Is it the Flatlands area? And I thought, well, Moore Park has a significant Flatlands area. Simi Valley has a significant flatland area between their hillsides. all of, huge portions of Valencia are definitely flatland area, between the 5 and the 14. So it's a real head scratcher to me, and definitely something that I'm, again, going to follow up on and be an advocate for, whether it's, hopefully through you and Southern California Edison, and advocate also that if this is one of the criteria for having the critical care battery backup, we need to we need to bring this to the CPUC and really have more consideration that we should be in the pink area. We are in a high fire threat area. So,
just for clarification, Edison doesn't define what high fire risk areas are. I believe it's CAL FIRE that identifies what the high fire risk areas are, and we adopt that into our wildfire mitigation program, and obviously it impacts the critical care backup battery program. But certainly, we'll take that feedback. If we want to talk offline, and we can look at various ways that we can advocate. If you advocate to the California Public Utilities Commission, or the council does, by all means, the more support we can get to offer this resource and tool to more customers.
Yeah, absolutely. I hope we can have Edison as a partner on this as we move forward to trying to adjust this map.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay.
Great suggestion, by the way.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember. Okay, do we have any other comments or questions for Natalie? Okay, Natalie, thank you so much. We really appreciate it. And I know those here in the audience, those listening, and those who will watch the recording are really, really grateful for you coming today and sharing the information.
Appreciate your time.
Okay, thank you. Okay, and with that, we're going to keep moving along in our agenda. So our next item is item number 6, and that is public comments. So these are public comments from community members that are not on an agendized item. And I want to make sure I've got those here. And the first person is Mr. John Riley. Okay, you'll have 3 minutes to speak.
It does say on the green form 5 minutes, but I'm not going to take 5.
Oh, yeah, thank you.
Just to clarify that point. So.
Okay, and I appreciate that very much. And actually, I think I should have made an announcement that because we are, we still have quite a bit of agenda, we are going to limit it to 3 minutes.
I'll try to make it short and sweet.
Okay, thank you.
Greetings and good evening, everybody on the council and Madam Mayor. Appreciate having that time to come today. My name is John Riley. I live on Kensington Drive here in Fillmore. I've been a resident for about 34 years now. Love our little town. So I'm here tonight to share some thoughts related to the challenges basically of having our community pool open more frequently. Yesterday I had a very insightful discussion with Executive Assistant Juana Garcia related to the challenges. Later in the day, she graciously provided a very nice email to me, follow-up, and with some data about the expenditures over the last 5 years, by obviously operating in the red. Not a good thing. So it caused me to think upon reading the information, just like our parks and recreational fields that are scattered throughout the city, the expenditures needed to maintain these vital areas within the city limits is budgeted annually. I understand how that works. And it's paid for with the city revenues. There's no profit in maintaining these areas, and I'm very grateful that they are kept in good working order, and I participate and use them as well. So the question to all of you is how, but not if, but how, can our city place a community pool on the same priority level or close to the same priority level as maintaining our parks and our fields within the city? I'm confident that if you conducted a survey of the community, you would find the pool provides a huge benefit to our citizens, both young and old, and should be given top priority to keep it open and functioning. After all, isn't that why the City of Fillmore and Fillmore Unified partnered together a few years ago to renovate and modernize the pool to be used? So regarding the funding of the pool, I know that property tax that we pay, a small portion, is used to help with the pool. I'd be curious to find out how exactly those revenues are collected and how much is collected and how they're used. Regardless, it's very disheartening to see it vacant and used for most of the year. So I wanted to share that my wife recently sent out a question on the Fillmore Facebook news page, asking how many people would like to have the pool open year-round, and to date, 148 responded, definitely want to see it open. So I thought that was kind of telling, and that there's a real need. So in closing, I know budgets are tight, but I would ask all of you, our city council members, to really look at this issue and see if there can be some type of recalibration in the priorities, city's budget priorities, so that our beautiful pool can be more readily available to use. Maybe not every day, maybe 3 days a week, half a day on a weekend. Of course, not interfering with the school swim team's practices and so forth. Sure. It's just a thought. So that's it. Again, I want to thank you for the time to speak and allow me to share my concerns. And I appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Riley.
All right. Have a good night. Thank you.
Okay, our next public speaker is Mr. Joey Duhas. Joey, I'm so sorry. We all always have a tough time on your last name.
Yeah, no, it's all good.
Okay, all right. Let me make sure I have my timer reset. Oh, sorry. Hold on one sec. And okay.
Okay, thank you so much, Mayor Villasenor and members of the City Council. My name is Joey Juhas Lukomsky, and I have lived in Fillmore for 5 years now. On Thursday, my partner's son, who I've helped raise for those 5 years, was hit by a car crossing River Street on A, walking home from soccer practice. He had the right of way with a walk signal, and he's had close calls before, so he's a cautious pedestrian. He was thrown to the ground, lost consciousness, and was taken to the hospital. Fortunately, he just had a concussion and is healing quickly, as kids do. But when I think about how much worse it could have been, it does really make me upset. While there certainly was driver inattention to blame, there are things that could be done at that intersection and a lot of other streets in Fillmore to make the city safer for our kids and everybody to walk around in. He got hit, but there are also close calls all the time that maybe you don't hear about. So Fillmore loves its small town character, and to me, a core component of that should be that everyone feels safe walking around town. Most of the city kind of is within walking distance. But Fillmore has a long way to go before we see more pedestrians taking advantage of this. Crucially, people don't feel safe letting their kids walk to school, and a lot of that is because they don't trust people driving. So then they drive their kids to school, and then they just become another car on the road that makes things feel more unsafe with all that traffic. So while driver behavior is partially to blame, I think the built environment plays a huge role in how people drive and how crashes happen. We hear a lot about potholes right on the Facebook group when paving projects come up, but seemingly pedestrian safety is not prioritized when those projects are implemented. As an example, on Sespe, freshly paved, between A and Central Street, there are 2 crosswalks, one at A Street, one at Central Street. So that's a half mile apart. There's plenty of places in there that people want to be able to cross the street in that stretch. So they just do so, at their own risk without a crosswalk. So that repaving is like a missed opportunity to maybe put in some more crosswalks, opportunities to cross safely. Anyway, River Street east of A, where I live, is often used as a bypass for Fillmore residents that want to avoid the highway. People speed to make the light at A all the time. A sign telling people how fast
You have 30 seconds.
Okay, thank you. To slow down just isn't as effective as things like the roundabouts on the west side of A Street. So anyway, you know what I'm saying here. There are numerous grants available for complete streets and active transportation plans available to the cities like Fillmore. In my mind, the streets you drive in tell the story about the priorities of a city. Fillmore should be designing streets with consideration to pedestrians first. I refuse to accept that there is nothing we can do about dangerous driving, that it's just a fact of life. And that means we need to keep our kids from walking, and you shouldn't accept that either. And so I'll follow up with an email with resources and those grants. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you, Joey. And I'm glad he's okay. Okay, our next public speaker is Jen Hernandez.
All right. Thank you. My comments will be similar, but anyway, Mayor Villasenor and council members, my name is Jennifer Hernandez, and I'm making public comment tonight to urge you to find ways to help address the safety of pedestrians in our community. As Joey mentioned, last week, our son was hit by a car while walking home from soccer practice. And yeah, it was scary. It was half a block from our home. I ran over. He was taken away in an ambulance, so we're very grateful for, the people who stopped, the driver who stopped, the first responders. But yeah, unfortunately, this isn't the first time that he or others in our family have experienced a close call that could have been much worse. We love that Fillmore is walkable in theory. The small size means that for the most part we can get anywhere, walking or biking, and not need a car in theory. But safety and infrastructure can make all of that difference. So during the pandemic, I participated in a mobility study here in Fillmore. And one of the things that we found was that while there are reporting channels and data for accidents that result in injury or death, there are very few ways for people to report near misses or to communicate when conditions are dangerous. So this means that there's no way, generally, unless people are coming here or that sort of thing, for you to know that people are experiencing potentially deadly situations when walking or biking, and there's no way to know how people are shifting their travel modes and routes to accommodate for this. We've almost been hit by a car on the Highway 126 in Central. I'm sure other people have had that happen to them. People turning left, people flat out just going straight through the red light. I've seen multiple times. And yeah, we've adjusted many times, even where we live on River Street. There's a lot more congestion now with people bypassing the highway, a lot more housing now, people parking on the street, visibility is low, and people don't go the speed limit. Sometimes we stand there and wait, 5-6 cars pass before we can walk.
30 seconds, Jennifer. Thank you.
Thank you. So my request is just for the city to see, what you can do to help people more safely navigate these challenges. Look at grants, consider this in your budgeting process, consider this when you're determining how to meet unmet transit needs funding. And yeah, thanks very much. I appreciate your time and attention.
Thank you.
Can I make a comment?
There's a brief response is fine, but it's really not a back and forth between public commenters and council.
I participated in that traffic study, and I just wanted to know where the data was, if anybody knows, and they can get back to me.
Thank you. Okay. All right. We're going to move on to our next set of on the agenda, which is item number 7, which is City Council reports, recommendations, and comments. Council members have something would you like to add in this section? Yes.
This kind of piggybacks on what Albert just mentioned about this traffic study, but I'm wondering if council would agree to bring back on a future agenda, have our police chief provide stats on some of the high-profile locations where incidents have occurred, vehicle versus pedestrian, and so we can get an idea of what the issues are or where they are located, and then possibly do an assessment of some sort to determine what we can do to remedy these high-risk locations. Is that something that we can do?
I agree.
Yeah, I'm in support of as well.
Okay, so I've got council members in agreement. We can bring that back? Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Carrie.
So stay tuned. And thank you for being here and sharing that story.
I just wanted to share that last Thursday, I participated in the Housing Community Economic Development Committee in Sacramento, and we prioritized a couple of important items that we thought were important and to move forward with in 2025. One of them was protect local revenues and expand economic development tools, strengthen climate change, resiliency, and disaster preparedness, strengthen and modernize critical infrastructure, and secure investments to prevent and reduce homelessness and increase the supply of affordable housing. So that was some of the things we talked about.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Any other comments, suggestions? Yes, Councilmember Garnica. Oh.
Yeah, so just a couple of meetings that I attended. I attended the Fillmore Piru Groundwater Committee on January 16th. So that was my introduction to that committee. Basically, understanding the reports that the committee has to give up to the state regarding the groundwater, since we're on a different aquifer than like Santa Clarita and the other parts of the county. We're kind of in a unique situation that it makes us very fortunate to have access to water. I also, last night, I also attended the Pyru 4-H. They invited me to come speak about astronomy, so I gave a very short talk and then showed the kids. I have a telescope that I was able to take out and show the kids the planets that were up at the time, which, if you don't know right now, there are quite a few planets up in the sky. And if you have a telescope, please, I encourage you to go out and take a look. And then also participate in the Economic Development Ad Hoc Committee with Councilmember Mendez and not the mayor, but the city manager, interim city manager. So we just basically getting me up to speed on that. So those are the meetings that I attended, and that's my report.
No report at the time. What I was gonna talk about, I will be emailing staff privately. Thank you.
Okay. All right, thank you. So I want to make a comment to follow up on Mayor Pro Tem Mendez's comment that yes, there has been work done around pedestrian safety in the community, and I know actually Joey was a big part of it. And One Step a la Vez, who spoke with youth, there was a report done. It had actual data, from, and I think Lalo, I think we were probably shared it with Garo. It was probably about three or 4 years ago, I think, right when I got on council. So we'll have to find that report and make sure that that's something that comes back and that we distribute it. We'll talk and we'll make sure that we have that, because I know it had hard data in terms of where accidents happened, but it also had anecdotal data, and it was really good because people talked about, and youth particularly talked about, near misses, and so we have that information that I think it's going to be really relevant and important for us. And I just wanted to say also that I attended yesterday, again through One Step a la Vez and their teen program, an environmental justice forum, and this was actually organized by the teens. It was something they wanted to put together, and they have real concerns around public safety power shutoffs, about evacuation plans for the community. So it was really great to see teens here being active on climate issues and really wanting more information. So I was a representative from the city of Fillmore, but we also had a representative from Assemblymember Bennett's office, Miss Gabby Ornelas, who is a new Santa Paula council member. So it was really great to get some local leaders together and for the youth to present on what their ideas are. I just wanted to share that.
Mayor?
Yes.
One other comment that you reminded me about when you and I attended the One Step a la Vez, the prior invitation, was they had asked what I thought was a very prescient question, which was they asked if there was an evacuation plan for the city of Fillmore if there was a fire event of that nature, similar to what happened up north in Paradise. That we don't want to be in the situation of having to drag out that plan at the last second when there's a fire approaching, right? So I thought that was a very great question by the youth. At the time, you mentioned that there was a plan. Of course, I'm new, so I wasn't aware of it. But if we could have that out and available for the public or publish it somewhere, I think that'd be great, because the more we get people, aware of that kind of a plan, the better. And I know the chief I'm sure has the plan somewhere, but I think it'd be great if we can make that public.
Yeah, thank you for that, and I foresee that happening. Coming up. It's not an agendized item, but I believe that it'll be part of council bringing something like that forward. Okay. All right. If we have nothing else on this section, we go on to consent calendar. Can I look for a recommendation on consent calendar?
I move to approve the consent calendar.
Second that motion.
And a second. Okay, all those in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, motion passes. Consent calendar. And we move on now to new business, item 9A. And our first item is the appointment of 2 individuals to the Planning Commission. Okay, thank you, Relly.
Thank you, Mayor.
Yes, so the city is very pleased to announce the 2 new planning commissioners upon your approval, of course, and they're actually here today. So staff recommends that the city council confirm the recommendation of the mayor and appoint 2 people, and this is Ashley Connolly and Derek Farage, and as he stated, it's like garage but with an F. To the Planning Commission. And so this term would start February 1st, 2025 through January 31st, 2029. The Planning Commission has 2 seats with a term that will expire the 31st of this month, and the two commissioners with expiring terms are not seeking reappointment. Applications were received by the Human Resources Office and reviewed by the City Council Ad Hoc Committee, which consists of Mayor Cristina Villaseñor and Councilmember Broggi. And the City Council, and they decided to recommend for appointment these 2 individuals, Ms. Connolly and Mr. Farage, to be appointed. Pursuant to Fillmore Municipal Code requirements, the planning commissioners are to be appointed by the mayor with the approval of the council. So these appointments, if approved, will expire in 4 years, and that would be January 31st, 2029. There is no fiscal impact for this report, and this item meets the council's goal to fill all vacancies on city commissions and boards. And that concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Broggi, would you like to add anything here? Oh, I just was wondering if you wanted to add anything, any comment with this.
No, just that we were very pleased with the applicants that we received, and it was I think everyone that applied actually would be good candidates for the positions, but I think the 2 that we've selected to bring to council far exceed, I think, all the other applicants. So we're just thrilled to have you on board.
Yeah.
Speaking as an ex-planning commissioner myself, so.
That's excellent. Okay. Yes, I ditto those comments absolutely. You both bring a wealth of knowledge and experience from your previous areas. So we welcome you. Look forward to having you on Planning Commission. Hope so. So I will say that and look for a motion.
I'll move to approve the 2 new planning commissioners.
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
I just want to say congratulations, and as another former planning commissioner, it's I found it very interesting and very rewarding to sit on that commission, and you really learn a lot about what's going on in the city, and congratulations.
All right, wonderful. Yes, motion is passed. So welcome to the Planning Commission. Okay.
And may I just, so the swearing in will take place at the first planning commission meeting, is that correct? The swearing in will take place?
Correct. The swearing in will take place on the first planning commission, which is scheduled February 19th.
Thank you.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you.
You got a good example there, Kevin. I'm Brian.
Brian. I didn't see Brian. Okay. All right, wonderful. Thank you. Again, thank you for your service. We look forward to having you on the commission. Okay, our next agenda item is our fiscal year 25-26 budget development guidelines and schedule. Thank you, Deborah.
Good evening, council members. Mayor Villaseñor, I'm Deborah Cavaletto, Finance Director. Item 9B has staff requesting approval of the budget development guidelines regarding preparation of the FY 2025-26 annual budget for the city of Fillmore, and review the schedule for the preparation and approval of this budget. As stated in the staff report, the City Council provides staff with overall direction for the development of the city's annual budget and approval of the annual schedule. The schedule concludes with the budget adoption. Past policies include adopt and maintain a balanced budget through annual operating revenues meeting or exceeding operating expenses, maintain a general fund reserve to offset economic uncertainty, and continue self-supporting nature of the enterprise funds, such as sewer and water, with adequate revenues to recover all operating expenses. Along the way, city staff, city council, and the budget ad hoc committee will be engaged in the process. In addition to myself, the Finance Department budget team includes Accounting Supervisor Ambry Tabay as Project Manager and Accountant Myra Rosas. This item meets the city's goal for financial management as good stewards of the public tax dollars. Alternatives to the staff recommendations is approve a revised proposed budget guidelines and/or schedule, or provide staff with other directions. That's the end of my presentation, and I'm open to questions.
Okay, does council have any questions?
Deborah, just a quick question. I think the total budget for the year is approximately 32 million. Is that close?
Gosh, I'm trying to remember off the top of my head. I think it's more than that for the operating one.
Approximately?
Provided you, yes.
Okay.
I think so. I think it's a bit more.
Okay. And the reason I'm saying that is just so that the public has an idea of the size of the budget when we're talking about it.
Yes, and in future, we'll be presenting a mid-year budget projection for a project. So that also, too, we would provide the budget information and show where we are at that.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, if there are no further questions, I'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
Okay, I have a motion.
Second that motion.
And just to clarify, the motion is the staff recommendation regarding number 1 and number 2 in the staff recommendation, the staff report.
That's correct.
Okay, great. Have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you, Deborah.
Okay, our next agenda item is the review of current fees for facilities and special events.
Thank you, Mayor. That's my item. We're just pulling the PowerPoint.
Okay, sure.
One moment, sorry about that.
No problem.
This was working earlier, sorry. Gotta love technology.
While we're waiting, I have a question about an acronym. So what is a TUP? Thank you.
Okay, Erika, I think we got it.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Using those planning commission chops. Okay.
If I ask something about the school district, you probably can't do it.
Okay, well, thank you for the wait.
Okay, no problem.
Let me try to navigate this from here. So just to give everyone a background, this is a council initiative. We're just presenting the current fee structure for special events and park reservations. and this came about at the last meeting, January 14th. Councilmember Carrie Brogy requested support from City Council to add to the agenda an item to review the current fee schedule and rental structure, and she received support, so this is why we're here today, to just discuss and provide that information. We have conducted, so the public understands, all of our fees are set through what's called a fee study. So we hire a third-party independent firm, in our case is Well Done Financial Services, and they conduct a fee study. Our last fee study took place in 2020 actually prior to that, because it's a pretty lengthy process, but they were adopted in March of 2020. We are undergoing a process right now. So we have been working diligently with the finance team to go over the new rates. And then once that study is completed, we will come back to council for consideration and discussion, and that's how the process typically works. The goal is to align the fees with operational costs while maintaining fair access to all of the services that are provided to our residents. The city's not here to make profit out of any of the services provided. We're here to just make sure that we can continue to provide those services to our constituents by providing a fair amount that needs to be charged so that we can cover our operational costs and needs and break even so that we don't end up in a deficit. So I think I covered that. I also have included in the staff report our current fee schedules, but we went ahead and took it a step further, and we did a comparison with neighboring cities. So we compared the rental fees with Moore Park and City of Santa Paula, knowing that those are the two closest vicinities where residents will go and rent a facility or a park if the park is not available here in Fillmore. So with that being said, I have a screen here. No, it's a little bit small, but the staff report includes it in a PDF format where you can zoom into it. It is important to note that the last time that Santa Paula did a comprehensive fee study was back in 2016. I spoke with their management team. They're in the process of trying to secure a consultant so that they can update their rates. So if you see their rates in some areas might seem a little bit lower than Fillmore, it is because they haven't done a study in quite a while. And Moore Park conducted theirs in 2021. It is best practice for cities to undergo through this process every 5 years or so. That's typically the amount of time, so that we stay aligned and make sure that our costs are up to what we should be charging. So a TUP, or a temporary use permit, is required when there's a special event being planned. And so if, let's say there's a large festival or there is a large parade, those are the circumstances where a temporary use permit would be required. The requirements depend on the scale of the event and what is being asked of use of the either park or facility from the city. So there's different requirements. We have a comprehensive list of all the requirements that would be added on, but that doesn't necessarily mean that every single item on that list would be applicable to the event. So it will vary depending on the circumstance and on the event that's being proposed. We work closely with fire, with police, with our planning department, with public works to make sure that we're keeping the facility safe, our residents safe, and that we're moving forward with what's required also per our risk manager and our insurance company. The importance of a fees structure is to make sure that we are offsetting any operational and maintenance expense, like I mentioned earlier. It also ensures that we are keeping equitable with the fees that are being charged to make sure that we are upkeeping our facilities, and it prevents any service degradation, and it allows us to be able to continue to provide services to our community. And it also provides accountability to make sure that we are efficiently allocating resources to, budget-wise. Like I mentioned at the beginning of my presentation, we are undergoing another fees update and study. We plan to bring that back later this year once it's completed. to council for their consideration. And then I often get the question about waiving fees and why we can't waive the fees. Well, it's a challenging topic. Depending on, the type of event, this could also be viewed as a gift of public funds, especially if the event is generating any revenue, such as entry fees. And it, could lead to financial deficits. So ensuring that we're consistently treating the public the same and maintaining that fairness, it just upholds our financial stewardship. And that concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you, Erika. Council members have questions?
I have a question.
Councilmember Rodriguez.
So Wilden Financial is going to conduct that review that is up now because we're entering our 5th year of the last report. I was actually curious about neighboring cities, so thank you for already capturing that. When the report is done, I'm curious if there is potential for bundles for multiple day rentals, if that is a concept that the financial report could take into consideration.
We can definitely ask the consultant whether we could explore the idea of having a flat fee for a multiple day event. Is that what you're referring to?
Or kind of a scale of a sliding scale, I guess, coming from working in commerce, we're always thinking about bundles and different types of ways where, yeah, there we go. But thank you very much for that report. It was very insightful and very in-depth.
Okay, you're welcome.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember. Any other questions? No? Okay, we do. Oh, yes.
Just looking at page 2 of 5 on the chart, just had a couple questions. Under the special events TUP, the application fee for small event or large event, how are those defined? When you, a large or small versus small?
Hold on.
And it's the very top under special events on.
I think there's a threshold of once it hits a number of individuals. I don't remember off the top of my head, but I'll get back to you on that.
Okay, thank you. And then also down at the bottom on that same page under facility rentals, and this is kind of irrelevant to Fillmore, I guess, but I'm just curious as to why Moore Park was so much less than what Santa Paula and Fillmore were charging for theirs. Can you think of any reason why there would be a discrepancy?
And you're under which?
Under facility rentals, the last part of that chart on page 2.
That's what they set their fees at. So probably once we get back our fee study, there's also a possibility that they might say your fees are set too high. I don't know where they're charging less.
Yeah, I mean, I can see where Fillmore residents would look at this and say, well, Moore Park is charging a lot less. Why are we charging so much on some of those categories? Yeah. So I guess that'll all come out when we do our fee evaluation,
Correct.
Which is a good thing. So, but I appreciate the work that you did on that. I thought it was interesting to note that in the description of the Active Adult Center that we often call the senior center, it's specifically in bold says no food fights.
Noticed that too.
Yeah, I thought that was interesting. Yeah. So, no food fights in the Active Adult Center. Thank you.
Yes. And Carrie, just to clarify the section you were asking about, are you looking at the all-day event rental and the Moore Park amount in the middle there, $88 an hour? So that was a flag for me too, but then I thought about all-day event, and it's like, okay, well, people might want to get there at 8 a.m. to set up, and then if it's in summertime, I might even go to 8 p.m., maybe 12 hours. So I just did a little calculation, and I thought, ooh, actually, if it would be $1,056. That was just me, playing around with the numbers, but just wanted to say that.
You took it a
Also,
step further than I
a lot
did.
of the cities will have a non-resident fee, so their fees tend to be a bit higher if you're a non-resident as well. So that's something we'll make sure to look into as well.
Okay. Just, I think my whole point in raising that is I want to make sure that we stay competitive with what other cities are doing, so we don't have, any of our constituents concerned about us trying to, raise more money than we need for these things, so.
And we do, oh, I'm sorry, we also have several public comments on this, so I know we can ask questions specifically of the staff report, and then I probably hear public comment, and I think we can discuss further right after that. Okay, so there's no more specific questions. We will go into our public comments on this item. So I have Sofia Alvarado, and I just want to point out that Henry Alvarado says that he's also signed up but willing to donate his time if she would like to go beyond her 3 minutes. Right, okay, verifying. Okay, all right, thank you. Let me start the time.
I'm going to read this time.
Okay.
Ready? Good morning, Mayor, city officials, council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on behalf of our local nonprofit organizations in City of Fillmore. My name is Sophia. I'm here today to emphasize the crucial role that nonprofits play in our community and to advocate for the continuation of low-cost or waived rental fees for city property, especially when used for special events. Fillmore has a long-standing tradition of community engagement where local organizations work tirelessly to support residents, provide essential services, and foster a sense of unity. Many of these groups rely on fundraising events to sustain their programs, whether it be our youth leagues, educational initiatives, food assistance, cultural celebrations, or other charitable events. These events not only enrich our city's culture, but also directly benefit our neighbors, families, and children. However, for many of these organizations, every dollar counts. Increased rental fees for city properties present a significant barrier, making it hard for nonprofits to host successful events and fundraise effectively. Keeping city property rental fees for special events either free or at low cost ensures that local nonprofits can continue their important work without being priced out of the very spaces designed to serve the community. I also want to take this opportunity to express a strong desire among our community members to bring back the annual May Festival, a cherished event that has historically brought our city together in celebration. The May Festival is not only a tradition that fosters civic pride and community spirit, but also has, but it is also a major opportunity for nonprofits to raise funds that support their year-round operations. Without affordable access to city property, many of the local groups that rely on this event will struggle to participate, which would significantly reduce its impact and inclusivity. We understand that the city must consider fiscal responsibilities when setting policies regarding rental fees. However, we encourage the council to continue evaluating waivers on a case-by-case basis to ensure that nonprofits with a demonstrated community benefit are not hindered by the financial constraints. By maintaining a thoughtful and flexible approach to rental fees, the city can continue to support the invaluable work of local organizations while fostering a vibrant, engaged community. Fillmore is at its best when we work together to uplift each other. Supporting our local nonprofits through affordable access to city spaces is an investment in our people, our traditions, and our future. We urge the council to preserve low-cost rental opportunities for nonprofits and work with us bringing back the May Festival in a way that is accessible and beneficial for all. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Okay, thank you, Sophia. Okay, we have another speaker on this item, and that is Mr. Jose Martinez.
Good evening, council members and mayor and manager. So again, I'm up here just to share my thoughts and events that I've had in the past. I'm a local member from Fillmore since '91, and again, I want to just share the memories that I had in regards to the May Festival. And I should recall the Orange Festival. That was the first thing that comes to my mind. And again, with that said, I've give back to the community wherever I can, with schools or anything that has to do with the community. bringing events. And me and my team for Entertainment have reached out to a couple other businesses to try to see what we could do to bring more events for our youth, for our community. And that's what I'm here for, to open up and to see if you guys could consider helping us out to bring the Orange Festival back. It's a good thing that I heard from the comment from Rodriguez about a bundle. That kind of brings joy to my ears, because it's something that we need help with when it comes down to fees or bringing an event that's over 9 days. Again, I don't have deep pockets to say that I could cover that on my own or our team members. And it's something that we would like to, express ourselves to see if there's anything that you guys could help us on. Like Rodriguez says, a bundle to where it can minimize the fees. And, again, it all comes down to it's for the community. Something that my two little kids, for them to experience what I had as a teenager, and to go to the festival or any other type of event here in the community. And that's pretty much it. Then I wanted to let you guys know. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, that's all the comments I have for 9C. I just want to see if there's anyone else who wanted to speak to item 9C. We do have another person. Would that be I don't have a comment card, but Sarah, if you, nope.
Well, I just had a little comment about the parks pricing.
Yeah, come on up to the mic.
I just thought it was funny because I actually called Moore Park today because all our parks are closed and my kids' birthdays are coming up. So they actually have different prices for each park depending on how big it is and how often the parks get rented out. So Arroyo Vista is $88 an hour. They have two different sections. So one's $88, the other one's $48. And then all the other parks around town are actually $26 an hour or $21 an hour. So I just wanted to share that information. Maybe that's something we could also use depending on how big it is, how often it gets rented out. Maybe Moore Park. Mm-hmm. So I just wanted to share that.
Could you state your name, please, so we have that for the record?
Sorry, Sarah Garcia.
Thank you very much.
Of course.
Okay, thank you. Yes, she was with, Sophia was within the 3 minutes. So yes, Henry, was it Henry? Yes, Henry, you can come up. Okay.
Henry Alvarado.
Okay.
Just want to make a quick comment about when doing this assessment, comparing the fees to the other towns. Does the amount of people, the population, play a part in those fees? So you're comparing fees to other towns that I think have double our size, I believe. I'm not sure, but I just wanted to bring that up as well and make that consideration. That was it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, do we have any further council member comments?
I just had a comment. I wanted to piggyback on when we reviewed the per hour fees on Moore Park, and you mentioned if somebody wants to get in there earlier for setup. So I just wanted to kind of reiterate the opportunity for bundles where people have a little bit more confidence, perhaps, if it can be reviewed and if it is financially responsible. People may have a little bit more confidence in renting space solely for a setup fee. A setup day. It's a full day of setup, perhaps. And people might have a little bit more confidence to rent an extra day, and if it is financially responsible for the city, that is something that I would like to see reviewed in the upcoming report. Not anything separate from what I already said. I just wanted to kind of piggyback on the setup process or the setup concept.
So, Councilmember Rodriguez, just to clarify, what I kind of heard you saying was you'd like staff to consider a reduced fee for a setup day where an applicant may be using the day simply to set up, not necessarily as a day to be used for the event. Is that what I heard, or did I misunderstand?
No, but it would be the same as just a bundle. So if you were to rent it for 2 days and 1 day might be the setup day, that would fall into the bundle saving opportunity.
Okay, thank you. And I do want to make a comment myself about the deposit for a festival. And I wanted to see if exploring the items that go into that deposit can be part also of this study, and just making sure that the assessment of, I guess, would be potential damage, that's what a deposit is, right? Potential damage. If we can look at that, if that study can explore that. And I guess kind of seeing the difference between, I don't want to say wear and tear, but something that could minimally get damaged in an event, as opposed to worst case scenario, something is destroyed. Does that make sense? I'm not sure if that makes sense to me. Okay, so that's what I would like to look into that, and to really see if the festival deposit can kind of have a comparison of maybe there could be an amount that is sort of for basic things that may happen versus an amount that is extreme for destruction of property.
Mayor, are you suggesting something similar to what hotels do, where they'll like place a $200 hold on your credit card, as opposed to actually charging you the money up front? They just place a hold on the credit card. Is that what you're suggesting, or?
Well, that's a good suggestion. That wasn't something that I had come up with, but if that's your suggestion, council member.
Yeah, I mean, I see hotels do that. Whenever you check in, they immediately put, a $200 hold. They don't actually charge you for the $200. But if they find something wrong in the room, then obviously you're going to get charged that $200, or they're going to keep it.
Yeah.
So the issue with the credit card hold that we run into is that a lot of times these events are planned way in advance, like 6 months or 8 months in advance, and we're not allowed to hold that long the credit card. However, we could entertain the idea of having that deposit or damage deposit be paid a couple days prior to the event, rather than it being, so far in advance. So that would be like an alternative. And it's something I would have to discuss with staff, with the finance staff, to see how that would implicate and how that would look in audit purposes and so on.
Yeah, I would like to see that maybe come back as part of our when we hear from the study. Okay, all right. If there's nothing further, I believe this was a informational item. Okay, so we will then move on to our next item, adoption of resolution number 25-4045 to declare an emergency condition and authorize contracts for repairs of well number 7 pursuant to the California Public Contract Codes. Thank you, Joe.
Okay. Good evening, Madam Mayor and fellow City Council members. On January 7th, during our routine inspections, well 7 was observed to have some indications of a failure, that being knocking and elevated temperatures of the wellhead and a decrease in pumping capacity. We mobilized our pumping, or our well contractor. They came out the next day, did an evaluation, and recommended that the well be pulled. At that point, we were in the midst of the public shutoffs, power shutoffs, and some other factors that reduced our levels in our reservoirs below what is full. We postponed any evaluation until we can get the reservoirs filled. So we modified a schedule, or we created a program where we could toggle on well 7 until we can get that full. And on the 15th, under the assumption that It was the damage, or what we were seeing as a potential failure was associated with the ball bearings and the pump shaft. That was essentially an easier repair than what we're dealing with now. So on the 15th, we gave authorization for the well head and column pipes to be pulled, and for further analysis and recommendation on how to rehab the well. It resulted in a recommendation that we go forward with a full well rehab. During the time that we had on the 15th, when we had the well pulled, we took the opportunity to have the column videoed to inspect the quality or the integrity of the screen, which is a big factor when you're looking at well rehab. Good news is the screen was intact and didn't suffer any damage that would need to be repaired at that point. So what we're looking at this point is having to rebuild the well head, which is the motor, replacing all of the column pipe, the shaft, and rebuilding our turbines. It's a bell system. We have about 9 bowls were pulled, and we're looking at rebuilding with a new design of 7, I believe. So at this point, staff is recommending that the council adopt Resolution 2540-2045 that would declare an emergency condition that would allow staff to urgently conduct the necessary repairs to well 7 and for an amount not to exceed $350,000. The sensitivity here is that we are on 1 pump at this point. And if well 8, which is our remaining well, goes down, then we're in a situation. So getting well 7 up as soon as possible is the goal and the reason why we're here in front of you today. Staff has identified a fund 504, which is the water reserve account, to cover the estimated cost of the repairs. With that, I would be happy to answer any questions you may have.
All right, thank you, Joe. Yes, do we have any questions?
I just want to thank you, Joe, and your staff for all your hard work. And
thank you.
This is a critical matter, and I agree we need to get this done.
Right. Absolutely. Yes, John.
So I have a question. That other fund that you're pulling the $350,000 from, I mean, obviously you've identified it with a number, but I don't know what that represents. Can you give me a little background on that?
So the water reserve account is essentially for planned repairs. This is obviously an unplanned or unanticipated repair. So that fund is available for for this purpose. And I think it's important to note that we did get behind on pulling this well earlier. I think the last time our records indicated that we pulled it in 2003, which is really too long of a time to go. We should have these things cleaned, at some kind of frequency. In this, I think it's also important to note that this is not the first time we've been in this situation since well 5 went down. This is actually the second time, and when well 8 went down, it was a similar type of scenario where we had to rehab. In that situation, what we were looking at replacing the screen, and as a result of replacing the screen, you go down in pumping capacity because you're reducing the diameter of the pump shaft and everything. So it's actually operating at a lesser capacity today because of that reduction. So we really we're fortunate that well 7 has lasted as long as it has. These things do have a shelf life. The hole that we're pumping from, what we look at is the porosity. The porosity over time, when you're pulling the amount of water we're pulling, it brings in the sediments from around the well and kind of clogs that porosity. If you can imagine a bowl of rocks, with sand on the outside, and that sand kind of comes in and fills the voids within the rock. That's the porosity that we're talking about. So these things do have a shelf life, and working with our pumping contractor, we've identified, there are several different types of materials that kind of indicate the longevity of your repair, how long it'll last, the quality of it. So high-end piping is going to be like stainless steel. And a well rehab with stainless steel downpipe is in the range of $330,000. So then there's a step down from that is what's HLSA, which is high strength, low carb or low alloy type of material, and that has a good longevity. And then below that, that one. We priced out this rehab in the neighborhood of $220,000, plus some other items that are going to come to that 300, I would say 300 mark, maybe 325. Then below that is like a mild steel, and we don't want to do that because when we pulled this pipe, it was a mild steel shaft, and we could see some significant pitting that had happened over time. So these. When I talk about the porosity and looking at something that's not Cadillac, like a stainless steel type of downpipe, it puts us right in the middle at HSLA, which kind of matches up with kind of the longevity of this well when you're looking at the overall life of it and the porosity.
So a follow-up question to that. So as you said, this is not the first time this has happened. So in my mind, that brings to mind a question about, is there a program in place, or do you have a software program that tracks the maintenance of not just obviously the wells, but other high maintenance equipment so that we don't fall behind?
So there's a couple of points to make on that. We are talking to the pumping contractor about having a routine or an annual program where they come in, they maintain the wells for us. There are certain maintenance functions that we do, on a more frequent basis than annually. But we kind of feel that having that expertise, having them come out and checking the oil pressure, all that kind of good stuff that comes into the well head and the motor and the longevity of it, it just makes sense that we bring in that kind of expertise. Long term, you're right. There needs to be some kind of program developed, and that's what I'm going to be entering into. There are some maintenance items that we are putting off until we get well 7 on. One of the repairs that I'll be bringing there's 2 repairs that well 8 needs at this point. Top ball bearings are on well 8 is what keeps it from entering into a backspin, which is kind of an efficiency thing in a longevity item. We're postponing that repair. It was not as significant to do right away, but that is an urgent repair that we need to get done. So we're kind of backing that up to get 7 done and in place before we bring that one, or the temporary pump in place before we bring that one forward on repairing. The other big item is something I'll bring back to council the next meeting, which is a transfer switch. So there are items that do pop up that need to be rehabbed or replaced. I'd like to get, right now we are very reactive. I'd like to get very proactive. But we can't get to that point until we get the system up and running, and that really means getting our 3rd well online. So that's what the council had authorized the design of last meeting, and we've gotten, we're getting a kickoff meeting scheduled on that. So once that 3rd well is in, then we're going to be maintaining our reservoirs. There's other maintenance activities that we are postponing because of this situation that we're in.
All right, thank you. Yes, Carrie.
Yeah, I just want to kind of backtrack a little bit here to be clear on these wells. As you just mentioned, we discussed wells at our last meeting, And I thought well 8 was being replaced by a newly created well number 10. Is that correct?
No.
Okay.
Well
Help me out.
5 is in Dolores State Park. That well has been down
Well
since.
5, okay.
Yeah, since
Okay.
2021.
Okay.
Well 8 is all the way north on our northern city limit,
Gotcha.
just above the new development that's going to be going in.
And you just mentioned that repairs are also needed for that one.
Correct.
As well. And I don't know, and maybe I could address this to to either Kevin or, but I was under the understanding, or I don't know where I got this, that there was regular maintenance being done on the wells, or on a, whether it be annual basis or something, but I think if I heard you correctly, that has not been done?
The significant maintenance activity is what I'm really referring to, where we bring them down and we, change the oil, check the, the bearings and stuff like that. Pulling the equipment, pulling the pipe, the shaft, inspecting that, that's something that's not being done at this point,
So
or
it was
on a regular basis.
So it was a nominal maintenance routine that was going on, but nothing.
The frequencies that I'm talking about are like on the 5 and 10-year plan.
That you want to
that
implement,
we've-
or that's been?
I'm going to be
Okay.
developing, that we've kind of fallen behind on.
Wow, okay, 5 or 10 years, and you think that's sufficient? I don't know
It
anything about
depends
wells,
it
but-
depends on the function and
Yeah.
what we're looking at, but yeah, I mean, the downpipe, the shaft, those can be, maintained, every, on a 10-year cycle, where we go in and we brush and bale the screen, which means we send down a brush and brush out all the organic material that collects on the screens and cleans up the screen inlets to allow more flow to to pass through. But in TVing, TVing is another important function that we do, just to check the integrity of the screen. So that should be done. I mean, 10 years I think is an appropriate thing, but that's something, the plan, a maintenance plan is something I'm going to be looking at very closely.
Okay, and I'm assuming at some point in time, that'll come back to council on a maintenance plan?
Potentially, when it comes to the cost of it, sure.
Okay. So just to make sure I'm correct on this, we have a new well going in, number 10, correct?
It's being designed,
Right,
yeah.
being designed at some point, yeah. We've approved that last meeting.
Correct.
And then well 8 needs repairs. And then you mentioned well number 7,
Well,
which
yeah.
we're talking about tonight, also needs repairs.
It's scheduled, this is for a rehab. This is getting into it, rebuilding the engine of a car, basically.
Okay.
7 is down, it's off, it's pulled.
Okay, so
It's
7
not
is
even in
down.
the hole.
So we're operating off of one well right now?
Correct.
Okay. All right. Well, I appreciate that, and, appreciate keeping us updated as things are being done, even if it's just a report to council on where the wells are standing, so, thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, absolutely agreed. Another question? No? I did have a question, Joe, on that this is an emergency resolution, and so does that mean also, how does that look for expediting, bypassing the bidding process? Do we go to vendor directly? Can we also expedite the contract signing and the timeline to get this done ASAP?
Yes, ma'am. I sent in the agreement to the city attorney's office for review, and I'm hoping that we can execute tomorrow.
Excellent. Okay. Thank you. All right. If there are no further questions, I will entertain a motion.
I move that the city council adopt resolution number 25-4045 that would declare an emergency condition based on urgently needed repairs to well number 7, and to authorize contracts to perform the emergency repair work for well number 7, not to exceed the amount of $350,000.
Okay. Do I have a second? Okay. First and a second. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion carries. Thank you, Joe. Thank you for your attention and your work on this. Okay. Moving on, our next agenda item is 9E, the appointment of primary and alternate official representative to the Southern California Association of Governments, SCAG. Thank you, Relly.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, as you mentioned, Mayor, this report is to appoint a primary and alternate official representative to the Southern California Association of Governments, which is also known as SCAG. And so staff is recommending today that the council appoint one elected official to the SCAG General Assembly as a primary delegate and to serve as a regional representative, and as well to appoint an alternate in case that primary is not able to attend. City council members serve as official representatives of the city to various intergovernmental agencies. The SCAG General Assembly is made up of elected officials from each member agency. On May 1st through the 2nd of 2025, local leaders from throughout Southern California will convene for SCAG's 60th annual regional conference and General Assembly at the JW Marriott Desert Spring Resort and Spa in Palm Desert. This conference brings together state and local officials, CEOs, business and civic leaders, transportation and environmental stakeholders, local government staff, and others. Each city delegate representative will vote on an agenda item in the General Assembly business meeting. In addition, the SCAG region meets monthly. Meetings are conducted in hybrid format, in person or via Zoom. And these regional meetings typically happen the first Thursday of every month from 12 noon to 2 p.m. At this time, staff requests that the council appoint a primary and primary delegate who is also regional representative and an alternate to the SCAG General Assembly for this year by the consent of the majority and memorialized through a resolution. And the last day to submit this resolution to SCAG would be February 7th at 5 p.m. So these recommendation actions have no direct fiscal impact on the city because SCAG does cover the costs associated with this. And so I am asking today to appoint a primary and an alternate and approve a resolution to submit to them. Thank you.
Really, who's the primary and the alternate now for last year?
I believe you, Albert, was the primary, and then the alternate was Chris Grola. Yes.
Okay, all right, thank you, Relly. Discussion? Who would like to go to Palm Springs? So Palm Desert on a just let you know, it's a Thursday, May 1st.
I'll volunteer to be the primary again.
Would you? All right. Albert volunteers for primary. Okay, we all agree? Yes? Okay, anyone want to volunteer for alternate now?
Nominate Gary.
I've got to do it. Okay, all right. Hearing no objections, then, all right. We have Albert for our primary and Carrie for our for our alternate. Okay. Make a vote.
I think the resolution.
Just as a procedural detail, since we have a resolution, the motion would be to approve resolution 254044. So it's slightly different than.
Got it. Okay, can I have a motion then on this?
Motion to approve resolution 25044. I'm sorry, 47.
Okay, it's.
Second that motion.
Okay, we have a first and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. Any opposed? Okay, all right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, and thank you, Member Brogy, for your volunteer for SCAG. Okay. Okay, moving along. Our next agenda item is the award of contract for Fillmore Boys and Girls Club building ceiling repair project. Thank you.
Mayor, just real quick on that last
Yes.
one. I'm looking at the resolution. It does say 25-4044, not 47. Okay.
So we have a
I just wanted to correct that just for the record.
Okay, what is the correct resolution number? 4044. Okay.
That's what you said.
Did I say? Yeah, I apologize if I said the wrong.
4-4.
I did say 4. Okay.
And I repeated it, and that was correct.
Okay.
Okay.
So we were good. I don't know who said 47, but That was
Okay.
incorrect.
Okay, very good,
Okay.
thank you. And just for the council's information, there are a couple blanks in the resolution, but those will be filled in with the primary and alternate individuals, and then that'll be submitted to SCAG. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Joe.
So this item is regarding the Boys and Girls Club building ceiling repair project. This was brought up by the community, and this is one of many repair projects that we have planned for the Boys and Girls Club. Based upon the feedback and the encouragement we got from council to move this forward, we reached out to Sourcewell Gordian, the Sourcewell manager. They set up a meeting with Wyatt Trapp, we've had a couple of interactions with so far on other items at Boys and Girls Club, such as the door project and some other items. They met with staff. We walked the site, looked at the ceiling, figured out ways to quickly get it done, and how to prevent further damage. Wyatt Trapp provided their typical Gordian proposal, and their estimate came in at $21,724.08. Staff is recommending that the council approves and authorizes the interim city manager to sign a contract with Wyatt Trapp, Inc. For the Boys and Girls Club building ceiling repair project in the amount of $21,724.08. Approve a transfer in the amount of $25,000 allocated from the general fund reserves 506 to Recreation Fund 304 for the project. You have two alternatives: postpone this project until the next fiscal year and budget accordingly, or take no action this time. Let's see. The permanent repair, or I'm sorry, the preventative repair that we have planned for this is not only getting up there and repairing the part of the insulation that keeps it up and covered, but we're also looking at putting netting underneath the girders to prevent any balls or anything like that to be kicked back up and dislodge the ceiling insulation. So that's why this cost is a little bit higher than anticipated. The other big issue that we would have with this project going forward is the scheduling. It's going to be several days that the Boys and Girls Club is not going to be available, because we're going to have man lifts and catwalks basically installed up there that aren't going to be easily taken down at the end of the day, or to not interfere with Boys and Girls Club hours. So currently, I think if council was to approve this evening, we'd probably want to look at the spring break time as maybe a good time to get in there and do this work, or work with the Boys and Girls Club and see what period is less impact for the parents and bringing their kids there. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, thank you. Does council have any questions?
Thank you, Joe, for your work. And I would hope that we work with the Boys and Girls Club staff to get this done as soon as possible.
All right, thank you. And I just want to make a comment on that for parents and those who see the Boys and Girls Club, that what's happening here with the money that we're allocating is a redoing of the sheathing. So I don't want folks to think that, they're putting in a new ceiling and seeing, wait a minute, we still see the sheathing. No, this is just replacing the sheathing and putting a netting up, and that's, for care. Just wanted to clarify, folks, they know that.
And another little nugget I'd like to add is that we had the material tested for asbestos and it came back negative.
Oh, that's excellent. Thank you. Okay. All right. If there's no further comments, then I'll entertain a motion.
I'd like to move to approve and authorize the interim city manager to sign a contract with White Trap Inc. for the Fillmore Boys and Girls Club building ceiling and repair project in the amount of $21,724.08. And to number 2, approve fund transfer in the amount of $25,000 to be reallocated from the General Fund Reserves Fund 506 to Recreational Fund 304 for the project.
Okay.
I'll second.
And we have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion carries. Thank you. Okay. All right. Moving along. Our next item is the high school use of the tennis courts. I'll give that to Joe.
Thank you. When we, prior to getting serious about placing pickleball courts there at the Tennis and Swim Center, we understood there is a constant use, an annual use of the tennis courts, both tennis courts for the girls' tennis club or team at the high school. So that was a known thing when we got into that project, that we would have to somehow figure out a rental period for them. The project went forward, as I presented last meeting, there was a completion. So we're at that point now where we're talking about what that rental period would be. This is an important item because while the court is multi-use, tennis and pickleball, it can only be one or the other for a period of time. It's not the net's taking the posts out on a daily basis is going to just destroy it. So we want to be very cautious and very strategic when we take these things out, and that's why we're recommending a period instead of constant changing out. Not to mention the amount of manpower that would take, staff time to replace those net posts and everything else. So, at the recommendation of the coach for the girls tennis team, they've given us the use that they have planned. With the council's authorization, or approval of the recommendation that staff is making here with items 1 through 4, we would be using this information as part of their use agreement. So this will be memorialized, whatever the council decides tonight will be memorialized in that use agreement. So what staff is recommending is that the council approve the Fillmore High School use of the tennis and swim center courts as follows. 1 court from July 8th, 2025 through July 24th, 2025 from 9 a.m. to 11 a.m., Tuesdays and Thursdays. And July 29th, 2025 to August 7th, 2025 from 9 a.m. to 11 a.m., Tuesday, Wednesdays, and Thursdays. Again, that's not a critical item right there because it doesn't affect the pickleball courts. The second item is where we would where the big consideration needs to be. Both courts would be requested from August 12th, 2025 through October 31st, 2025 from 3:45 p.m. to 5:45 p.m. Monday through Thursday. So during that time period, we'd be taking down the pickleball nets and posts and restoring it to a tennis court for those several months they're wanting that use. And not, the hours are indicated there of their use. That means that the public can use it as a tennis court in those, any of the other hours. And 3, direct staff to draft the terms to include in the facility use agreement with Fillmore Unified School District. And number 4, direct staff to take necessary actions, including temporarily removing the pickleball courts and installing the tennis nets tennis court nets to facilitate this use at the appropriate time. We have two alternatives for you to consider as well. Approve the modification to what the school has requested here, or deny the request. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
I do have a question. How are we going to communicate this to the public? Because it's kind of a little bit of a broad calendar here, and there's a couple of different aspects. There's one tennis court for a period, and then there's both. They're requesting access or a reservation of both for another period. My concern is a member of the public is going to go and it's closed for them, and then they're going to try again, it's closed another time. They're always closed, never go back again. So how do we facilitate for the high school, but at the same time make sure that the public knows that they still have the right and access to it without being discouraged?
So these courts, whether they're tennis or pickleball, are first come, first served basis. That's what the rules are on that sign out there that we installed. When we have a reservation like this is the only reservation I think we're contemplating at this time. It makes sense to me that we create a sign and we post it with these hours, saying for the high school's use during these hours.
That's okay.
I think that's an easy way to convey. So we don't have to rely on the tennis players or the coach to indicate to a public member that gets out there and says, I want to use this, it's my turn. It'll be clearly stated.
And I think we could blast it on social media as well as put it on the city website.
We'll do that. Also the water bill, just as a reminder.
Maybe the school could help us out too, set notices.
I can work with the superintendent on that.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you, Joe. If there's no more questions, then I'll entertain.
I do have a question. I'm sorry.
Yes. Okay.
So the alternative to approve with modifications, would this significantly impact the tennis team's program?
I believe it would. I mean, we kind of pushed back a little bit on their initial request, getting them down to a specific period where both courts are used. So the request that they're making here and what staff is recommending is a very reasonable request and something I think that we should be granting.
Yeah. I mean, I think I see it as about 2.5 months without pickleball in Fillmore.
I know.
And the rest of the year, we've got pickleball. All right. Okay. I'll entertain a motion.
I'll move that city council approve numbers 1, 2, 3, and 4.
Okay. First, have a second.
I'll second.
Okay. First and a second. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Motion carries. Thank you. Okay. Our next item is item 9H. Consideration of ordinance number 25-978 to amend section 6.07.060 of the Fillmore Municipal Code to revise regulations for the timing of the collection of public facilities development impact fees for residential development. Thank you, Kevin.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. The governor signed into law, which takes effect January the 1st. It's already taken effect. Senate Bill 937. It changed when development impact fees can be collected throughout the state. All cities collect them at building permit issuance. The law says that is to be delayed and collected at certificate of occupancy. The law has already been signed and it takes into effect, and we're asking to change our ordinance so it's consistent with state law. And the purpose of that is to reduce housing costs, the initial costs for developers, in order to help assist in affordability. And what it really does is it puts the onus on the new property owner. I attached the development impact fee costs. It's about $33,000 per unit, and I'll take any questions that you may have. I can explain development impact fees and why.
I don't like it. Because collecting them at the end and rather than
than up front.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the state law, but it would work like this. So if the house is 100% complete and every single city department did the inspections and everything looked perfect except for the development impact fee collection, we would tell the new property owner or the person who owns the house, hey, you need to pay $33,000. And they just finished paying for everything except for that. So they would ask for payment plans or reductions or whatever. That's how I foresee it happening.
Is this to encourage development or encourage the market?
It is to encourage development, number one, but it's also the idea is to reduce construction costs to the developer, so that they do accelerate development and reduce costs of housing is the explanation. But the state's looking through every means possible to build more units and quicker and cheaper. This is just one method that they see.
Because, correct me if I'm wrong, the way they did it before, they come in, cut a check for X number of homes, right? Before they were gonna
before building permit issuance, the developer will pay for the building permit, plan check fee, and the development impact fee. So if they want 10 units, they'll pay for that all along. It's a large amount of money. And then it's paid and done.
Right. I know that you mentioned in the report about the occupancy certificate. So are we not at that? Is it possible for us to hold on to that occupancy, receive that money, and then hand over the occupancy? Or we're saying occupancy is given to them and then
No, we will withhold occupancy until that fee is paid.
Okay. So that is something that we still have, as you can say.
Yes.
We still have a little teeth in there to be able to.
We can. It's
okay.
Incredibly difficult. So if on Friday, if a new homeowner is anticipating to move in on a weekend and they're attempting to get inspections on Friday, and we say, hey, guess what? You didn't pay that one fee. You're not moving in this weekend. And they will put incredible pressure on city staff. We're not going to buckle, but you're going to hear a lot of complaints.
Right, and the sort of an answer to that is, this is, state law. We would have required this months ago, but.
Right, and it's the importance of the fees. So the reason I gave you the worksheet was to describe or indicate to you what the fees are for, from transportation to parks to water, sewer, all of our capital improvements.
Okay.
Yes. Kevin, using this example that you attached to our report, so the impact fees, the gifts would be $33,217 for this one residence, the hypothetical case.
I gave you just one residence, yeah.
So I'm wondering, do you envision somehow when a buyer, takes out a loan, gets their financing in order, that this will all go into escrow, including this?
It should. I'm not exactly sure how it'll be done, but we'll make sure when we go through an entitlement process, we'll develop conditions of approval. We'll say that the property owners will be required to be notified of this. And hopefully it'll be part of either escrow instructions or they'll pay it in another method.
But is that written into this new? Oh, geez. Okay.
Mm-mm.
So the impression that I'm getting is that it's going to be kind of a later notice where that they might not be anticipating. Is there anything that can be done to let them know ahead of time? Hey, you might have this huge fee coming later.
In the disclosure statements. So if you're a new homeowner, it'll be in your disclosure statements, which are about that thick. The city will require that it be placed in the disclosure statement.
And will the writing be very, very small?
Yes.
No, I'm sure the developer will be pretty good on the disclosures. That's all. It's a considerable amount of money.
I mean, in theory, I can see where this would be something that would make it easier for the developer, less costly on his end. But what's to prevent the developer from attaching, this equivalent amount and still charging that for that particular house, and then turning around and the buyer still having to pay something equivalent to that. Get my point?
I do. I don't know. I don't know. I don't have the answer to that.
It's,
I missed your point, actually. Can you repeat it one more time?
yeah.
Okay.
It's like, so let's say in the hypothetical, the developer now is selling this house for $33,000 less, in theory, because that fee is now going to be paid directly by the buyer, right?
Okay.
Unless he just jacks up his price $33,000 more, the builder. And to me, this is a racket. That's almost as big.
Well, it came up,
Erica?
well, it's political.
It
Well,
is.
I would think the bank would have something to say, don't you think, Carrie? I mean, the bank is not going to loan something, they're not going to loan $750,000, $1 million, unless they have occupancy papers in hand. And I would think the bank has the most at stake, don't you think? I mean, if I was the bank, I wouldn't loan the money without knowing that I had, clear occupancy and I had all the fees paid to the city. So I don't think it's quite as easy of a racket as you're making it out to be. Because I think the bank is going to be very interested in making sure that it all goes smoothly.
Well, not the lender for the buyer. They would, if it's a $33,000 difference, they may not even bat an eye. If the house is $33,000 more, then, which includes
No,
the
but
diff.
in terms of the gotcha moment but you also owe this fee, the bank is going to be very interested in making sure all those fees are paid.
I think what Kerry was also saying was that in turn, the builder will then, what's stopping the builder from, well, you already said, no clue, right? Yeah, never mind.
Kevin, could I ask a question? Maybe this will clarify some of the questions. Practically, when you see a larger scale residential development, is it the developer that's getting occupancy from the city as opposed to the
Yes.
individual homeowner?
Yeah.
So I think in that situation, then the developer would be the entity that's paying the diffs directly to the city.
Still on
Right.
the hook.
And it would still, since they would be making the payment prior to occupancy, they would still be the one, even in this scenario with the change in timing, they would still be the ones making the payment to the city, so they'd still
That's a good
be
point.
on the.
Okay.
Okay, so you're saying that the buyer then would pay the diff to the developer, and the developer would then,
No, it would still be the same time. It's just sort of changing. I think for most situations, it's just changing the timing of when the developer is paying to the city, as opposed, and the homeowner would be taking possession after occupants, after the developer's gotten the occupancy clearance.
Right, it's a bill that's a benefit, like you said, Kevin, to the developer, to take some of that early on heavy fee payment and spread it out a little bit and let the diffs come at the end.
Correct. And then as they sell homes, they're earning money, and then this is to pay it at the end.
It's to assist with housing development.
Correct.
Okay. All right, well, I think what we're looking for here is a motion, and this is a
For first reading of the
an
ordinance,
so we need to read
25978.
the title. Can I have a motion with the ordinance?
So we would need to have the title of the ordinance read, and the motion be to waive further reading and approve the first reading of ordinance 25978.
I recommend that the city council approve first reading. I recommend that the city council approve the first reading of ordinance number 25-978, amending section 6.07.060 of the Fillmore Municipal Code for compliance with state law pertaining to public facilities and diff fees.
Second.
And we need to have the title of the ordinance read and waive further reading.
An ordinance of the City Council of the Fillmore, City of Fillmore, California, amending section 6.0706 of the Fillmore Municipal Code, revising the regulations for public facilities, development, impact fees for residential development.
And I second.
And, I'm sorry, Michael, you said also waiving?
And waive for the, yeah, just for the note, I think but yes, that's right, that we'd be waiving for the reading of the ordinance.
Okay. Okay, I have a motion and a second. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion carries. Thank you. Yep, on an ordinance, we have to read the complete title, but yeah, on resolutions, we can bypass. Okay, agenda item number 9I, review funding options to construct Phase 2 sports field lighting and turf repair at Two Rivers Park. Thank you, Deborah.
So, good evening, council members, Mayor Villasenor. I'm Deborah Cavaletto, Finance Director. Item 9I is a result of the December 10th, 2024 City Council meeting, where staff was requested to return to City Council options of funding the Phase 2 at Two Rivers Park. The total cost for the Two Rivers Park project is $800,000, including irrigation and turf repair to both baseball fields. The type of funding we'll discuss tonight are restricted fund monies, grants, and other financing. Under restricted fund monies, in 2003, the city entered into a development agreement with Griffin Home Builders to develop Heritage Valley Parks. As a term of the agreement required the developer to pay the city $1,500,000 as a park credit instead of building the 13.2 acre ball fields at Two Rivers Park, which is now Two Rivers Park. A portion of the fund fees have gone to pay other costs for various improvements at the park. As of today, there remain approximately $1,230,000 of that fund with interest. In addition, there is also Parkland DIF that has a balance of approximately $100,000. Under that, we also have grants. Grants can provide a valuable source of funding for public projects with no repayment if the grant requirements are met. The city has looked into various grants, including the Land and Water Conservation Fund, which we did apply for but did not receive funding. Grants have their challenges. They include highly competitive process, a lengthy application and approval timeline, strict eligibility and match fund requirements, an uncertain state budget, and funding availability. Last, we have other funding sources. These funding sources can allow the city to spread the cost over time, manage cash flow, and better allocate resources to complete the project when sufficient funds may not be available. Current and future for this type of project for parks includes current and future general fund revenues would be the majority of funds used for repayment of these sources. So the type of sources that we have available in the city could be bonds, loans, and special tax initiatives. Financing that requires voter approval includes bonds such as the general obligation bonds that provide for projects that are repaid through pledges of levy taxes and general revenue. You have a parcel tax or a use tax increase that could be applied to parks needs. The percentage of voter approval needed depends upon the purpose for use of the funds and the type of tax. For example, for the general obligation bonds, a recent amendment for the California Constitution allows them to have only a 55% vote. And previously, I believe it was a 2/3 vote. And also, the second step would be loans. Loans can become through vital resources, either through private, state, or federal, or commercial banks as well. We also may be able to use something as a lease financing revenue if the bank or bond owner will accept the park or other city structures or infrastructure or property as collateral. Not required as a repayment, but we could use is also donations. Donations can be another avenue to provide funds to contribute for parks maintenance and or improvements. Donated funds can be restricted to uses specific by the donor and accepted if the city accepts their donor's terms. However, the timing of the bonds can depend upon the size of the donation or if other sufficient funds are available to combine and complete the project. There are, of course, these also have their challenges as well. A failure to get approval by voters. A asset useful life can limit the maturity of the loan, so therefore if you're looking at a 15-year, 20-year loan, it may say the value of your property or value of your asset may only give you a 10-year repayment. State and federal loans are highly competitive projects, just as it is with grants, and may lack budgetary funds and or availability of the types of loans. For example, we're looking at upgrades and major repairs versus new park construction or acquisitions. The reliance on the city's current general fund revenues is also streams can delay a project if those funds experience a decrease. And finally, lack of sufficient funds to fund the entire project can result in the loss of a favorable agreement term. For the fiscal impact, there's no fiscal impact for this receive and file report, and it meets the City Council goals of 8, which is the infrastructure enhancement. This is the end of my presentation. I'm available for questions regarding funding, and if that the project, we have Joe available as well.
All right, thank you, Deborah. Okay, do we have any questions from our council members? Questions? Okay, I do have a question, Deborah.
Sure.
On the, okay, here, the restricted funds money. Okay, am I correct in that you're saying that we have 1.23 million in this particular fund?
For this particular financing that we received or payment credit we received, yes, we have that available.
And then you said also, and then there's a balance of Parkland diff of about 100,000.
Correct.
Bringing it up to the 1.35.
Correct.
Okay.
Around
And
1.30.
do we have any obligation of these funds to any other part of, and this is very specific to the Two Rivers Park
Yes.
area?
The
1.2.
Yes, that is specifically for that park.
Okay. And do we have anything, I mean, I know that we have plans already from what we put forward with the lighting, but do we have any other commitments? Yeah, good, thank you for that word.
Not that I am aware of for this agreement. It's been in our fund for a while.
It's been in the fund for a while, okay. All right. Okay, thank you for the information. I think I'm gonna, sort of marinate on it, and I do want to see this continue to move forward, and I just needed this information to keep thinking about what our next steps are with Two Rivers Park. So, thank you. Any comments? No?
I would have a question for Joe regarding the parks and regarding the work that's being done. You might have heard there's been some complaints of all the parks being closed except for Dolores Day. And is it an agenda item? I just wanted to touch base on a timeline for.
Is it related to that staff report that?
Repairs at Two Rivers. No. I guess it doesn't, because this is for a future repair, not the current status.
Yeah, so it would probably be best, maybe that could be a question to check in with staff, not as part of this.
Thank you. Thank you, Joe.
Okay, great. All right, I think that brings us to the end of our business items. We have quite a bit, and I did have a request for a bio break, but we are near the end of the agenda. We just have committee reports, city manager's report, and then we will break for closed session. So are we okay for a few more minutes? Okay, all right, excellent. Okay, next agenda item is our committee, commission, and board reports. Council members, do we have anything to report out?
No, I already gave mine.
Okay. Yes, Carrie.
Yeah. As Albert mentioned earlier, I did attend the conference for the league up in Sacramento. I sit on the League of California Cities Public Safety Committee, which is made up of representatives from all over the state of California. And we went through a whole litany of issues and legislation, either that's recently been passed or coming down the pike, to make us aware of what's happening with regard to legal issues and public safety issues in the entire state. It was really interesting. And I also participated in, as our speaker earlier this evening mentioned, Natalie from Edison participated in the online conference calls. And as I mentioned to her, it got pretty heated and it was some of it was inappropriate, but people are frustrated, I understand that, but it was well worth the time spent listening to it and observing and learning a lot from it. So that's all I have to report.
All right. Any others? Okay, I'm just going to we'll report back on it, but myself, Councilmember Rodriguez, and Councilmember Garnica, we are all, and Interim City Manager Edika, we're headed down to Garden Grove for the rest of the week for the new mayors and new council members conference training by the California League of Cities. So I'm sure we're going to have some great information that we learn there. Okay, thank you. Okay, next is our city manager report.
Thank you, Mayor. Just want to remind the community we have a small business workshop. It's a hybrid or virtual, I should say, on Thursday, February 13th. The information is on our website. We would just encourage our local businesses to sign up. The workshop will be covering establishing your business made easy, legal structure, licensing, and tax preparation. And this is in collaboration with the Economic Development Collaborative from the Ventura County. So we already have a handful, but we want to, O'Reilly and I were talking that we want to set a 20 participant target, and we have so far 8. So please register. There'll be valuable information for you. And then I was going to just provide a quick update on the parks. So we are moving forward and we're set to open on February 1st. So we'll have the baseball fields at Two Rivers. Rio Vista and Shields Park will be reopening on February 1st, as we had mentioned it at the beginning of the rehab renovations. The soccer field and football field at Two Rivers will remain closed through the end of July due to the renovations of the lights and the turf and the overhead irrigation. So that's all I have for you tonight. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And I also wanted to thank staff for being very on time with the reopening of the parks. I really appreciate that. I know a lot of folks have asked for quite a while, when are they going to reopen? So thank you for that. And then also just a reminder regarding the continued closure of the football and soccer field portion of Two Rivers Park. That please be patient and please stay off that portion of Two Rivers Park. Again, this is a critical time where we are reseeding, we are redoing the field there. So any reminders that, again, you can spread out in the community for those who are listening, tell neighbors and friends. I know I've been told that there's just people out there, families out on the grass, not abiding by the signage. So please help spread the word that we need to stay off the field. Thank you. Okay, our next item is we are going into closed session. This is item number 12. We do have a public comment on item number 12, and I'd like to call Sarah Garcia forward. Thank you.
Hi, so I'm still learning all the terms and the closed sessions and all these things, so I figured I would come up here and kind of speak on it because I'm sure most people have the same questions I did. So for the closed session, you guys will be discussing the new city manager position, correct? Right? I had not seen that position posted on the website or advertised, so that's why I had asked some questions about wait, are you guys having a closed session? Did you already find someone? Was it already assigned to somebody? How many applicants? Because that's a pretty big position, right? I feel like we should really get the word out there. That way we have as many people possible to interview because, the more we have to pick from, I feel like the better for our city. The right candidate will come about. And I know you were saying that you guys are discussing whether or not to get a recruitment. And I just kind of had a question of why wouldn't we if we did that for other positions? Right, money? Okay. So talking about money, I know that our city manager makes a lot of money. And, educate me if I'm wrong on why, I know I was trying to go back. Again, I'm new to learning all these things, so please educate me. Wouldn't it, since we're starting fresh, right? We had someone for 12 years. Wouldn't it be somewhat smart to maybe lower the bar on the pay grade and then maybe put that into public works, because Joe over here is, really pulling in all directions because that's what's needed for the community. That's just, again, just me talking, ideas flowing. That's what this is about, right? Just an idea, and just to kind of get your guys' feedback on that. Again, educate me if I'm wrong, but I just know that our city manager makes almost as much as other cities that are twice our size. And that's something that some of you guys didn't vote on and some of you that did. So I just kind of want to know where that came from, because I know our public works doesn't get paid as much as other cities, if that's what the comparison is. I know our fire department doesn't get paid as much as other cities, if it's a comparison. So I want to know why only the city manager would get paid as a scale bracket compared to someone else if we're not doing it to everybody. What puts them above? We're a
So you have
family,
30
right?
seconds.
Okay. Fillmore is a family. The way we function, it's all pieces, right? I don't believe one piece should be higher than another. So if it's applied to one, it should be applied to all. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay, all right. And so with that, we are going to adjourn into closed session at this point in time. Thank you.
eyes closed.
I'm back from the dead, from the back of my head. Been gone and facing horrors that should never be said. The wrath and the grit from the pit of despair. Been taking every whip and word, I've never been spared. They said tomorrow's never promised, honest. They said angels are among us. Lock me up in the maze. Turn out the lights. I was born, I was raised for this. Turn out the lights. Lock me up inside a cage. Just throw away the key, don't worry about me. I was driving in my car, throwing up my hands, putting in coast. I could do this with my eyes closed. Turn out the lights. I could do this with my eyes closed. Turn out the lights. I could do this with my eyes. Less medications, less manifestations, mantras, meditation, throw it all away. All the places I've been, all the blood that I've bled, I've been broken down and beat up, but I still get ahead. All the faceless embraces and the tasteless two faces, killed and resurrected, cause I'll never be dead. They said tomorrow's never promised, honest. Yeah, they said the runners are among us. Lock me up in the maze. Turn out the lights. I was born, I was raised for this. Turn out the lights. Lock me up inside a cage. Just throw away the key, don't worry about me. I was driving in my car, throwing up my hands, putting in coast. I could do this with my eyes closed. Turn out the lights. I could do this with my eyes closed. Turn out the lights. I could do this with my eyes closed. And when the day broke, buried in violence, something made my mind up. I will spend these days as an island, alone and far away. Lock me up in the maze. Turn out the lights. I was born, I was raised for this. Turn out the lights. Lock me up inside a cage. Just throw away the key, don't worry about me. I was driving in my car, throwing up my hands, putting in coast. I could do this with my eyes closed. Turn out the lights. I could do this with my eyes closed. Turn out the lights. I could do this with my eyes closed. Turn out the lights. I could do this with my eyes closed. Turn out the lights. I could do this with my eyes closed.
When I see you on the street, my whole body gets weak. When you're standing in the crowd, your love talks to me so loud. Girl, do I do what you do when I do my love to you? When I hear you on the phone, your sweet, sexy voice turns my ear all the way on. Just a mention of your name seems to drive my head insane. Girl, do I do what you do when I do my love to you, baby? Yes, I got some candy kisses for your lips. Yes, I got some honeysuckle chocolate dip and kisses full of love for you. Yes, Yes, I got some candy kisses for your lips. Yes, I got some honeysuckle chocolate chip and kisses full of love for you. My life has been waiting for your love. My arms have been waiting for your love to arrive. My heart has been waiting, my soul anticipating your love, love, love. From the time that I awake, I'm imagining the good love that we'll make. If to me, if I can do all this, well, just imagine how it's gonna feel when we hug and kiss. Sugar, do I do what you do when I do my love to you? Alright. Yes, I got some candy kisses for your lips. Yes, I got some honeysuckle chocolate dip and kisses full of love for you. Yes, I got some candy kisses for your lips. Yes, I got some honeysuckle chocolate dip and kisses full of love for you. My life has been waiting for your love. My arms have been waiting for your love to arrive. My heart has been waiting, my soul anticipating your love, your love, your love, 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 love. Oh, I don't care how long it might take, 'cause I know the woman for me you I'll make. And I will not deny myself the chance of being part of what feels like the right romance. Girl, do I do what you do when I do my love to you? Oh yeah. Yes, I got some candy kisses for your lips. Yes, I got some honeysuckle chocolate dip and kisses full of love for you. Alright. Yes, I got some candy kisses for your lips. Yes, I got some honeysuckle chocolate dip and kisses full of love for you. Girl, I got some candy kisses for your loving, baby. Oh yeah. Do you want some candy? Do you want some honeysuckle? Do you want some chocolate chip and kisses for love for you? Sometimes I wish you just, well, if I told you what I'm really thinking, it might make you blush. Yeah, but baby, so what? And I don't wanna rush. We've been pretending we're just friends and all that stuff for long enough. Yeah. I'm thinking, babe, tonight we start blurring up them lines. Go ahead, get out Autumn days are over, autumn red lights are gray. So move on, move on, move on.
Excellent. Okay. The council met in closed session and discussed one item regarding future city manager appointment. The city council took no reportable action, and we will adjourn this meeting until our next city council meeting. I do not have the date in front of me. February till Tuesday, February 11th at 6:30 p.m. Meeting is adjourned. Thank you.
Where's that?